get it back from you then.
Thank you anyway.
No, I just didn't want to waste
I
space.
got the walking disc on this, but I think I've got enough board people that I know that
Okay.
it's not gonna be an issue.
Sure. Yeah,
So I got a week's try.
yeah.
I didn't do it. I wasn't there.
Okay. It's nice to see your husband all dressed up.
Oh, he didn't wear his.
Looks nice on him.
Good, how are you? Not bad.
Hi, Mike.
Buddy, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Better so far. Tuesday morning, I took a unscheduled run.
Chief, what's the good word, Chief? How you doing today? Well, you're looking good tonight. That's for sure.
You're looking great.
I survived. I know. I'm not sure. No.
Goodness, you know what?
I got off pain tomorrow.
We-
Before by myself, but it wasn't right away.
No. You know, I'm just finding that I'm more cautious of my steps all the time.
I mean, no offense, but it's probably the list basis we're all getting.
I know.
We don't drive as close.
No, we don't. So I'm
I
cautious.
concur.
It's true.
Thank you, mate. Oh, shoot, I was gonna come and do that, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's not fun.
I didn't feel a thing.
You know what? When I turn
So basically go through my sent email, and if there's anything on that, send it to you guys. Okay.
When I turn 50, what is going on? You're so
Remember, I used to get up and just get out of bed
or just to stand up sometimes.
No, it's just so I have to pay attention because I haven't. I said, okay, this is getting making noise.
I know. What's the matter with you? Nothing. I'm just getting up.
I know.
Oh, I don't know what.
Hey there, Andrew. How you doing, kid?
Andrew, what's up today?
I can't believe that one is.
What's that?
Evening?
They had pictures of that one made
Yeah.
one time and it was all.
This is the average.
I think that was that on an email or was that in a packet?
I got one from time from.
Walking here, man.
Oh, okay.
I said,
I don't remember
what
that
the
one.
hell's the deal on this? You know?
Yeah.
Careful.
He was down, he took pictures.
5:30 time.
Do you want our computers?
It now being 5:30 p.m., this special meeting of the Freeport City Council is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Gitz.
Here.
Alderperson Clem.
Here.
McClanathan.
Here.
Ross.
Here.
Miller.
Here.
Busker.
Here.
Brashaw.
Here.
Keister.
Here.
Chesney.
Alderman Busker, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we go to the approval of the agenda, just a brief announcement. From time to time, the city council has special meetings of the city council itself. This is the part which is a special meeting for 3 items tonight. Following that, there'll be a very brief recess, and then we will go on to the committee of the whole, which is the regular business of the city that is scheduled usually for the second Monday. This time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Alderperson Brashaw moves, seconded by Alderman Busker, to approve the agenda. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Is there any public comments on agenda items?
There was no one signed on the sheet.
Okay, there is no public comment on agenda items, so we will move to item 3, which is approval of 2 finance bills payable for Register 666 and to be announced in the amount of $78,706.28. Finance Director, would you summarize the 2 items that we have before the council?
Yes, Mayor. Before the council, we have 2 items. One of for $59,000 is a healthcare bill already paid, and the other one is a legal bill for Attorney Phillips. And I sent the invoice to the council last week via email for their review.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the council in regard to these bills?
Motion to approve?
Alderman Clem makes a motion to approve. Is there a second? It's seconded by Alderman Keister. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the motion to approve these bills payable.
Busker,
Aye.
Brashaw,
Aye.
Keister,
Aye.
Chesney,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
McClanathan,
Aye.
Ross,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Passes 8-0.
We now come to item 4, which is third reading of Ordinance 2016-53. This ordinance is in relation to the compensation of the city clerk and the city council itself. Madam Clerk, would you please read this ordinance for the 3rd time?
This is a third reading of Ordinance 2016-53, an ordinance establishing the compensation of the city clerk and the city council by amending various sections of the codified ordinances of the city of Freeport, Illinois. The first reading was held on October 17th. A motion to adopt was given by Alderperson Chesney, seconded by Alderperson Miller. Upon the second reading, held on November 7th, 2016, an amendment was presented and approved by majority vote. The amendment set the salary at 95% of the current salary for the first year, plus 0.5% for the second year, plus 0.5% for the third year, plus 0.5% for the fourth year. The ordinance was then deferred to tonight's meeting.
This comes before the council for final passage. Is there any discussion or debate in regard to the ordinance as amended? Seeing no further discussion or debate in regard to the contents of this ordinance as it has been previously amended, Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the motion to approve.
Busker,
Aye.
Brashaw,
Aye.
Keister,
Aye.
Chesney,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
McClanathan,
Aye.
Ross,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Passes 8-0.
We now come to item 5, which is second reading of ordinance 2016-55. The public and the council recall that this ordinance is in regard to the compensation of the city treasurer. This ordinance has also been amended. Is there any further discussion or debate after the clerk has read this for a second time? Madam Clerk, please read it.
This is a second reading of Ordinance 2016-55, an ordinance establishing the compensation of the city treasurer by amending Section 230.03, Compensation, Medical, and Life Insurance of Chapter 230, City Treasurer, of the codified ordinances of the city of Freeport, Illinois. The first reading was held on October 17th. A motion to adopt was given by Alderperson Chesney, seconded by Alderperson Miller. Upon the second reading held on November 7th, an amendment was presented and approved by majority vote. The amendment set the salary at plus 0.5% for the of the current salary for the first year, plus 0.5% for the second year, plus 0.5% for the third year, and plus 0.5% for the fourth year. The ordinance was then deferred to tonight's meeting.
Is there any further discussion or debate in regard to the contents of ordinance 2016-55? Seeing no further discussion or debate, Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the motion that was previously filed to approve ordinance 2016-55.
Busker,
Aye.
Brashaw,
Aye.
Keister,
Aye.
Chesney,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
McClanathan,
Aye.
Ross.
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Passes 8-0.
We now come to item 6, which is second reading of ordinance 2016-56. This is in regard to compensation of the mayor. Madam Clerk, would you please read this ordinance?
This is an ordinance establishing the compensation of the mayor by amending section 226.03 compensation, medical, and life insurance of chapter 226 mayor of the codified ordinances of the city of Freeport, Illinois.
This ordinance comes to the council for final reading. The compensation has not been set for a part-time position. Therefore, the floor is now open for discussion and also for amendment.
Mayor.
Alderperson Bradshaw and then Alderman Chesney.
Thank you, Mayor. We all know that we are going to a part-time mayor's salary schedule, and this will be a position with no benefits. We don't have the set hours in front of us that this mayor will be putting in. A lot of this will be, I believe, free will hours. They will have a list of duties and responsibilities besides legislating for the city of Freeport and driving our community forward. And a lot of people say kissing a lot of babies and shaking a lot of hands. But we all know that we can't give a full salary as we have for a full-time mayor that we have now. After a lot of research based on statistical facts from our Madam Clerk and a few other people, the part-time mayor's salaries average for communities close to the size of Freeport is approximately $27,200 per year. I've talked to a few of our department heads about this, of what they thought would be fair, to see if they were on page with what was an average for a part-time salary schedule, just to see what their opinions were, besides the opinions of several of our aldermen. And a lot of people said between $25,000 and $35,000, though one person did say as upward as much as $45,000. I still would like to project a salary, an initial salary, to start at the $27,000 range to $30,000, and with a projected pay increase of perhaps the 0.5% that we held to with our other employees. Thank you.
Alderman Chesney.
Thank you, Mayor. It's largely a housekeeping item, but it is of great significant cost to the city of Freeport. The way the ordinance presently reads, it would include medical and life benefits. So therefore, I'd like to make a motion to strike Section 1, Item B from the ordinance.
Second.
There's a motion from the floor to strike subsection B on page 2 as part of section 1. This language reads, the mayor shall receive the same medical insurance, life insurance received by other full-time city employees who are not members of any collective bargaining unit. Is there any discussion on the amendment? If there is no discussion or debate, all in favor of adopting that amendment to the final ordinance, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we're back to the ordinance as amended on the question of compensation for a part-time position.
Mayor.
Alderman Chesney.
Thank you, sir. Alderperson Bradshaw, so given your average of the data that was provided to us from the city, you came in the neighborhood of $27,000. So is it your recommendation to the council is that your recommendation in the form of a motion, or where are you at on the $27,000?
Mayor.
Alderperson Bradshaw.
Thank you. I did have an at-length discussion with, like I said, a few of the department heads and somebody that I thought would have some great insight in it, Ms. Deborah Millman, as far as what she thought a starting salary would be. She directed me maybe towards just a little bit higher. We do want people to be interested in the position. We don't want to rule people out that have a genuine interest in managing, or excuse me, being the mayor for the city of Freeport, working with the manager and also working with the city council. I know this is supposed to be just a part-time position, but I have a feeling it will be more hours than what was really planned on at first, because we are also bringing on board a new city manager. So based on her recommendation and also with talking with other people, I think I would like to direct that salary a little bit higher, and I would like to recommend that we start a starting salary at $29,000 with a 0.5 increase years 2, 3, and 4.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been moved by Alderperson Bradshaw, seconded by Alderman Keister to set the mayor's salary at $29,000 per annum, with a 0.5% increase each successive year for 4 years.
Mayor?
Alderman Clanathan.
Thank you. Alderperson Bradshaw, I appreciate the work that you put in regards to that. I was looking through the same figures or the same spreadsheet that you were in regards to it. I would note, while there were some outliers, it looked like the majority of, or most of the vast majority probably, of the municipalities that had a part-time mayor in our sheet with comparables were somewhere from the 10,000 to 30,000 range. Now, there were some outliers, some of them that actually bumped it significantly, but those were pretty much, were few in number. I'm not sure the circumstance of their situation. Given that, though, again, looking at it, the majority of them were in that 10 to 30 range. We're starting things out here. We're not, there are some aspects of it that are unknown. I agree with you. You don't want to set it too low so that you kind of only make it basically available or applicable to a certain number of people. But also on the other hand, we have some other things that are going to be taken into consideration, not just this salary, but some other salaries down the road on this. I personally think that the 29 with those increases will be a little too high for starting out, notwithstanding the clerk's salary this time. I think general trends usually are once you set one of these, that often becomes the baseline going on forward. Personally, I'd feel a little more comfortable somewhere around 24,000 or 2,000 a month starting out, and then putting in the increases as well. I think that gives us, again, well within the range of what we see from our kind of contemporary municipalities that are also on the part-time, but without maybe boxing us into the upper range. Thank you.
Mayor?
Further discussion on the amendment. Alderperson Bradshaw.
Thank you. I value your opinion greatly, Peter. You know that. And we are pretty close there in what we're looking at. I would like to remind the council, though, that this position is a very important position for the city of Freeport. The mayor will still be a head focal point, and also this position is not paying any type of benefits. There won't be any longevity included in this. This will be salary only. As our good mayor has pointed out to us in the past, when we hire an employee, say you're hiring an employee starting out at $45,000 a year with longevity and all the price increases and stuff that you have to look at, and benefits and health insurance that you're planning on. If you hire an employee for $45,000, you're basically looking at budgeting approximately $90,000. So I'm trying to be fair to the person that perhaps will run for this position, and even though they'll receive absolutely zero benefits, I thought maybe just that little bit of a Kickstarter for the salary would help, and that's why I did have a lengthy discussion with Ms. Millman on this, hoping that she would give me some insight. Thank you.
Mayor?
Alderman Chesney.
One correction, Alderperson Bradshaw, there is one benefit working with the city council. Okay.
Mayor.
On a serious note, Mayor, what's your feedback on the salary? You obviously have a tenure with the city. You have experience working with city managers. Is 29,000 too steep? Is 24,000 more appropriate? Would you mind weighing in?
This is the first time I've been asked my opinion. I don't have opinion on this. I think that any salary that's in the neighborhood of $25,000 is fair as a starting salary. Whether it's 27,000 or 24,000 or 29,000, I think is kind of nibbling around the edge, to pardon the candor. So, whatever is the comfort level of the council. I don't think that these are figures that are drastically far apart, to be honest about it. But I think that somewhere in that vicinity of 25,000 is a salary that is commensurate with what municipalities that have chosen to be recognizing the amount of time put in have coalesced around.
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Alderman Keister.
I just want to echo what Alderperson Bradshaw said. This is a new realm for the city of Freeport, and we've heard from other part-time mayors that they do 20 hours a week. Well, I have a strange feeling that to get this started, I think it's gonna wind up being a lot more than that. And there's gonna be a lot of work involved, especially means we've only got 5-6 months to get this in place. There's gonna be a lot of transition. I don't think the figure that Alderperson Bradshaw has mentioned is out of line.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Clem.
Alderman Bradshaw, you and I talked about this a little bit the other day, and I've talked to a couple of the aldermen with it. The first thing I think that's different is you're going to see an overabundance of candidates, not an underabundance. So I don't think the figure that's there for people to go for it is going to make that much difference. In looking at some of the ones, I don't really have a problem I mean, we're between 24 and 30. We aren't splitting a lot of money here, okay? But I would tend to lean more for the 27.5 than the 29.5. That's just me. I mean, as long as we're having discussion here, that's fine, you know.
Okay, remind the council we have an amendment on the floor. Discussion is in order on that amendment. Is there any further points to be made? If there is no further discussion on the amendment, we're about to call, I think we will do this as a roll call on the amendment. An aye is to adopt this amendment of $29,000 as the base salary with a 0.5% increase. A no is, no, I wanted to look at another number.
Mayor,
Yes, Alderman McClanathan.
thank you. The first year would be prorated for the 50-week rather than the 52-week?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
that's how I interpret it.
Sure.
Any other discussion or debate? Any other questions before we vote? I think everybody's clear on what we're voting on. Madam Clerk, please take the roll. This is a vote on the amendment.
Busker,
No.
Brashaw,
Aye.
Keister,
Aye.
Chesney,
Aye.
Clem,
No.
McClanathan,
No.
Ross,
No.
Miller,
No.
the motion fails, 5-3.
Okay, the floor is open for amendments.
Mayor,
Alderman Chesney.
motion to amend to 27,500.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to set the, is this for all 4 years or is this the 0.5%?
0.5, consistent with the treasurer and the clerk.
Alderman Chesney moves that the part-time mayor's salary be set at $27,500 per annum. With, in future years, years 2, 3, 4, that there is 0.5% increase. It has been seconded by Alderman Clem. Is there discussion? There is no discussion. Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the motion to set the salary as outlined.
Busker,
Aye.
Brashaw,
Aye.
Keister,
Aye.
Chesney,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
McClanathan,
Aye.
Ross,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Passes 8-0.
Discussion and debate is now in order on Ordinance 2016-56 as amended. Council will recall that subsection B has been removed from the draft of the ordinance presented for second reading, and the salary has been set at $27,500 base, and that further there's a 0.5% increase. Is there any other discussion or debate in regard to the ordinance as amended?
Mayor,
Alderman McClanathan.
just once again, now that we're through the amendments, the final version will include in year one prorated rates?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I want the record so noted on that. Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the ordinance as amended.
Busker,
Aye.
Brashaw,
Aye.
Keister,
Aye.
Chesney,
Aye.
Clem,
Aye.
McClanathan,
Aye.
Ross,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Passes 8-0.
Okay. This concludes the substantive part of the special meeting. We now move to item 7, which is public comments. Is there any public comment in regard to agenda or non-agenda items, either one, as pertains to the special meeting? Seeing no public comments, before we adjourn, we will start our committee of the whole meeting promptly at 6 p.m. We would start before, but we would be in violation of the Open Meetings Act, which says that we will start at the scheduled time that has been posted. So I know that we have a number of honored guests and promotions. There's some very neat things that we will be hearing promptly at 6. I do promise that we will start that meeting directly on time. And with that, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn the special meeting portion.
Moved.
So move.
Been moved by Alderman Keister, seconded by Alderman Clem. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Special meeting portion of this agenda is completed, and we will now start the committee of the whole in 9 minutes.
I just want you to explain what council did.
It's, you know, I know it.
Speaking of silly, no, it's a silly,
But, you know.
explain to our listeners what the council did regarding the part-time.
Here. Is it fair? It's fair.
Okay. Absolutely. So,
It's 6 and up, you're on, right?
So, you did some research into this, I guess this is kind of on a par with other cities our size?
No, yeah.
Compliance with Freeport that has approximately the same population, and with the 10 cities average income themselves just over $27,000 per year.
I'm talking to a real estate broker, and she says to me, "You know Bucky Ross?" No. Maybe I know his brother. His brother Art. She goes, "No."
Hey, so he is.
I had no idea that was your nickname all these years. Karen Senior.
Oh, yes, I know.
Yeah, she was telling me stories. I can
Yes.
tell you that.
Oh, boy. Today? Well, that guy, that tow truck, hit the pole, banged it, and it got damned in it.
Yeah. So they came and, yeah, I heard it. The tow truck rolled and hit something.
Yeah. Well, no,
It's called an accident.
well, he's got the ticket.
Yeah.
He's got the ticket. And the cop, and the gas station people, he called the police department, the one in the tow truck.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
somebody was there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of my police officers, I heard. Heard that
And I
call.
was with
Boy,
him.
sure is a full
And I
day.
told him, I
Nice to see you
talked
down here.
and I said, I heard a banging noise. And then the cop said, oh, I
Three
said,
promotions.
Tell me your name then?
yeah, I said, Tom.
City Center.
Still too to talk to you about 911.
The branch.
Oh, you know, all in one. Okay. Oh, that's good. They got a different, almost be their sons.
I don't know.
I'll be honest, Saturday night, I went home. I was in the bed at 6 o'clock. I got up at 2, and then got back up at 7, went to church.
Oh, wow. Had a little nap.
Yeah, then went, yeah, got up at, went, and then,
Sure. Okay. All right. Thanks.
and I went back, got out of the church, did all my running around, and I hung my sign on me.
Okay.
I mean, cause back a couple months after that. New roof, painted, new garage door with an opener.
Nice. Moving up in the world.
It was time. You know how it was quieter. New lights in the I did those. I'm broke now.
Well, time to start spending.
But you know what though? Oh yeah, it is. But you see, that's everything I needed. I needed
roof won't definitely. So,
Yeah.
between the paint, had to get the paint right, so the front was looking bad. The garage door, yeah, made it so much quieter and the lights, and all LED on the porcelain screw. Still, that is stuff I've been trying to do for the longest. Finally, save for 3 years, see where you at. So it all worked out. I ain't drunk. I was mad. I got my $1,200 bill from now.
This is nice. I know, this is nice.
Yeah. So. Y'all heard from me?
Yeah.
Man, that was nice. Oh. Be honest with you. Hear the story? Well.
Oh. Yes, I'm sure. All right, that clock is off. All right, Mayor, take a look. You know,
Sorry, I'm not. I hope I understand. But I think well, just to plug the numbers in the spreadsheet and it does calculation.
We have a fun, Andrew? Thank all you guys for your service.
Put in more great discussion, I think.
do you feel good about that?
Okay. Guess we better get the right agenda. Guess they got a bad accident on 26 and 20.
That's what that was for.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was coming in, that's when I heard all the everything going that way, should we say?
Then why do we have to approve it?
Okay.
No, he was big white.
Okay. What you got? Oh. So you just didn't want to waste the paper?
Right.
No sense in wasting paper.
Well, the way they come over that hill sometimes.
Appreciate it. They tried to get hold of it.
Mm-hmm.
If everyone will take their seats, we'll get underway. Before formally calling our committee of the whole to order, Ms. Linda Johnson, would you please give the invocation?
I'm Linda Johnson from Freeport, and I'm on prayer ministry at Eastgate Church in Freeport. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you because you are holy, you are mighty, and you are who is and was and who is to come. We thank you that this earth, this city of Freeport, and all who dwell here belong to you. Father, the elections are over, but the battle and our work is just beginning. I ask that you release wisdom, knowledge, and revelation to all who are seated here, and that all will walk in the reverential fear of the Lord. Your word says in 2 Chronicles 7:14 that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, forgive their sins, and heal their land. Therefore, Lord, we ask forgiveness for the sins, our sins, the sins of the city, of idolatry, anti-Semitism, broken covenants, lawlessness, and the shedding of innocent blood. We thank you that when we ask, you remove our sins as far as the east is from the west. Father, we ask that we may be of one accord as we go forward in the new government processes of our city. As it is changed, reshaped, recalibrated, reset according to your plans. Bring unity between the mayor, the council, the city manager, and the various parts that service our city. Lord, I ask that you remove the spirit of pride, offense, and deception, and release humility, mercy, peace, and discernment as all entities work together for the purpose of transforming this city into a place of prosperity, of compassion, of peace, of hope, of mercy, and love. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Before we call to order and roll call, I did want to apprise the council that there's been a serious accident on the bypass. Battalion Commander to be Townsend is there. We've been asked to kind of hold steady on item 6, which is the firefighters' introductions and promotions until he can arrive. So we'll go in order, and when he's able to join us, we'll proceed with those recognition. At this time, would you formally call the meeting to order? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Gitz,
Here.
Alderperson Clem,
Here.
McClanathan,
Here.
Ross,
Here.
Miller,
Here.
Busker,
Here.
Bradshaw,
Here.
Keister,
Here.
Chesney.
Here.
Alderperson Clem, would you join us in the pledge?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alderman Clem? Your
Thank you
meeting.
very much. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone listed on public comments on agenda items? We have one signed up this evening, Mr. Brian Helm. Would you like to come up, Brian, and state who you are and where you're from? As we all know, we appreciate you coming up. You want to bring Dave with you? More than
Mr. Chairperson, we're going to pass until our agenda time is called, if that's okay.
not a problem whatsoever. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Approval of minutes from the last meeting.
So move.
Alderman Keister, approval. Second.
Second.
Is that Alderman Miller? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We'll move in then to item number 7, presentation to induce all-in branding goals and strategies. We're happy to have Brian Helm, Amy Fairweather, and Dave from NIDA here with us this evening, Dave Young. Dave, would you like to lead us off?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Dave Young, of course. I'm the Executive Director of NIDA. And it's our pleasure tonight to make the presentation of the Freeport brand and to talk about the digital marketing campaign that's being proposed. Almost a year ago to date, we came before Amy came before the NIDA board to talk about the need to do a branding digital marketing campaign. And she asked of the NIDA board that they do three things. One was chair the first year of the campaign, basically become the fiscal agent, and thirdly, to become an investor, lead investor in the campaign. In December, the NIDA board agreed to have one of its best, Brian Helm, chair the campaign. We committed to being the fiscal agent, and we also committed to being the lead investor and going out and raising the $375,000 that was proposed for a three-year campaign. In February, we, NIDA, working in conjunction with Amy Gerbelbis, had raised about $100,000, which is the next time you saw us appear before the city council and ask of the city council for a $20,000 commitment for 3 years to the campaign. In March, you made the decision to pull the trigger and say, okay, we'll fund the first year of the campaign, but it will be a conditional commitment conditioned upon, one, the availability of money, and secondly, conditioned upon our being able to produce results. So here we are. So what is Collaborate Freeport, which is what we want to talk to you about, then we want to talk to you about the brand. Collaborate Freeport is a group of business leaders, governmental leaders, community development organizations, and passionate citizens that are coming together to brand and market the Freeport region in order to create a stronger sense of community, increase economic development, and work towards a shared vision of a vibrant, healthy, and engaged Stevenson County. So in terms of who actually comprises Collaborate Freeport, this is what we call the steering committee, and it's a pretty diverse group. And within the steering committee, you have the core committee, which is the overall governing group. And the core committee consists of Brian Helm from the Helm Group, Amy Gerbelbis from DNF Photography, and myself from NIDA. So in terms of our goals, the whole goal of Collaborate Freeport is to increase economic development, grow tourism, and build a strong sense of a vibrant, healthy, progressive community. So let's talk a little bit about the engagement process. Amy?
Hi there. Thank you for having us tonight. This is pretty exciting. We should be celebrating, actually, the amount of enthusiasm and all of that that's happened since we started this a year ago has really been palpable. We've felt it. We're seeing it. We're seeing the collaboration happen with all the entities within those different silos that we're trying to bring together to make whole. So as Dave mentioned, our goals are three major ones. It's increased economic development, grow tourism, and build community. And through increased economic development, we're looking at kind of unearthing those entrepreneurial spirits and building product back into the community to eventually grow tourism and say, come on in, this is what we have, this is the events that we're throwing, this is what we stand for, and this is what we're going to do. And then building community is going to be so much the first year's goal, okay, because we're talking about changing the narrative. Somewhere along the line, we kind of got a bad rap. We started telling ourselves something that wasn't true. When we started losing industry, we thought to ourselves, oh my gosh, we're not good enough. We don't have what it takes. We aren't building, we're losing. But right now, that's not true. That was national, and it wasn't just a Freeport thing. Right now, the way we're proposing this is basically we're changing the way we're perceiving things and how we need to go about things. And we're not so much about that, we're about placemaking. So the engagement process has been the first step in the A5 process. When they came in, of course, we handed them Prospering Together plan. We handed them, the 2010 city plan. We handed them all the plans that we've always done and all of those statistics, and we said, okay, let's run with it. And they said, okay, wait a second. We need to actually engage people. We need to see what they're saying, what their specific things that in your house Freeport's foundation is made of is that entrepreneurial spirit. And then arts, design, and culture, we're going to start valuing that, start leveraging that to attract people, to build up community, to help people think different. And then collaboration. And that is the key word in all of this. Because if we can create efficiencies through the different silos that we've got going on, we're going to make huge impacts with the collective impact that we can do together. So basically, our major goal, besides the 3, is to change the narrative this year, first year, okay? We're going to take no, and we're going to take it and make yes out of that, okay? We're going to take can't and make it can and will. And we're going to take Freeport good, which has always been just good enough, and we're going to make it wow. We're going to put that wow factor on there so people see it and feel it and hear it. So the first year budget, and I got rigged into talking about the budget. Gotta love it. The budget. I'm such a numbers person, can't you tell? I'm a total numbers person. But our first year budget, we raised $125,000, and I'm proud to say that we have a remaining budget of $2,372 extraneous monies. But where those went were A5 fees, which is $96,000. We had those free coffee events, ice cream events, social media boosting. We had about $27,000, $869 for actual media buys. And what I mean by that is that's not the brains and the thinking behind the movement and all of the administration, all of that. That is about buying the billboards, buying the print, buying the creative, and all of those things. And that costs money. So our media and promotions, we have totaled here for you guys to see. Launch event from the photography, social media, billboards, wall building and murals, CVB signs, the apparel, stickers, domain names, website hosting, Collaborate Freeport workshops, values-based events and meetings. And basically, this is pretty low-hanging fruit stuff. I mean, this isn't like big, huge blitzes. You know, this is basic stuff that we should be doing already. So we're looking at basically doing this for 3 years and running this all-in campaign for 3 years. Now, next year, I hope that we raise $150,000, and I think we need to. We have a lot to do here. We have a lot of gaps to fill. We've only, through the CVB budget, we've only been marketing to 100 miles out. We have not hit the Rockford markets or anything less than that, Monroe markets and all of these other places. So we really need to actually focus our efforts and put some efficiency in those type of areas that we can actually draw those people in here. The other thing is year 2, we need to look at changing the narrative still, but also approaching the outside world once we get that kind of that good vibration going on in here. And so it's going to take a little bit more. And then, of course, 2018, we're looking at even more money. And how we see it going is through collaboration and partnerships, through the different silos that are happening today, through FDDF, CVB, we've got NIDA, we've got a whole bunch of, Chamber of Commerce, we've got all these things. And so when we start partnering with them in an umbrella, we start creating a more unified and a cohesive message out. So our timeline in building community, we've got a few approaches that we're going to take. This will be key, and this will be very important. We need to start in the high school, in the elementary schools. We need to get into the colleges, and we need to start wrapping their brains around what this means and what Freeport is to them. We're looking at, we've kind of built this calendar to show you kind of how the steering committee will meet and how many times they will meet throughout the next 2 years. The value-based working groups, we're going to create workshops that function around how to better collaborate. We're looking at different communities that have created sustainable environments and how they actually have succeeded doing that. Bring them in, inspire our people, get the right people in the right places working together. Capacity building workshops and field trips. Field trips are those that, like the sustainability conference at Dubuque, just always learning, always educating. The timeline and marketing. This one is pretty heavy. I mean, we're going to be consistent, and you're going to see the marketing efforts internally first. That's what we have the budget for, and that's what we think is the most important, is just changing and that dial and moving that needle inside the community. We need to be heavily on the web. That's where the faces are, and that's where the most information moves. We've seen it with video. We've seen it with good, compelling information that we put out there already. It gets tons of shares. When people are engaged, they move that information. Web, social media, print advertising, digital advertising, which is obviously in conjunction with the Freeport High School. It is in conjunction with all of those tickers, you know, that you see around town. We want to be on those, and we want to be in the presence of people. Banners on windows, email, posters. We have a poster system that's actually going out, and we're asking people to put that up so that people are always seeing the all-in campaign. And then the CVB relations. We are forging a good partnership with CVB, and we are looking at what they're doing and what we're doing, and we're trying to look at duplicacies and where we can leverage those monies and put them in the right places so that we can do the most good for what we're trying to do and achieve. And then public relations is going to always be key. So this is a collaboration of slides that we put together, and I put in here for you guys to see that what makes this initiative stand out is that we have partners, and we have a lot of them. And what we're doing is we're leveraging what they have, and we're leveraging what we have, and we're creating one message, and we're utilizing their emails, we're utilizing their platforms, and we're touching more people, okay? And this takes effort, and it takes a lot of work on the back end, but it's all going to be worth it in the end. Okay, so Freeport All-In Analytics. This is an interesting slide because these are our pre-numbers. These are brand new numbers, okay? Everybody wants metrics. Everybody wants numbers to their money. What's the ROI? What is that? But I will tell you what, the feeling that you guys are feeling in the community is immeasurable. I know you feel, raise your hand if you're feeling a momentum shift in this community. Okay, and that is hard to measure, okay? You feel it, but it's very difficult to say why. All right, so I want you to keep that in mind always, that a good brand is not about a logo and it's not about a tagline, but it's about the way you feel and about the way you bring people together and you value each other's worth. So our pre-analytics, our pre-launch community engagement, we engaged about 1,100 people. The launch party attendance, there was about 500 plus people there, which is amazing. We were hoping for 200. For Facebook followers, we have 948 on the Collaborate Freeport page. Facebook post reach since launch is 14,013. That's a pretty good launch. All-in video views. We did a video that actually was a video about an adventure of these little girls through town. And it was through the parks, and it was at Union Dairy, and basically we set it out there to kind of preview what was going to happen at the launch. And that got 59,000 views just on one platform alone, 638 shares. So people are craving good content. They're craving to see their town in a good and beautiful way. Okay, the website visits since launch is 531. Email signups from All-In site is 195. So we have a place on our website that we say, if you want to get involved, if you want a t-shirt, if you want to sign up for a value, if you want to give us money, here's where you go. And we got, after that launch, 195 emails. That's pretty amazing. Email recipient list. So when we combined all of those emails together, we had about 4,500 emails out. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Brian, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about brand and what brand means and show you our brand new launch.
Thanks, Amy. So I'm excited to be here. This is when you're the biggest private investor to this, not only do you get to participate, but you get to be chair of it. So I'm happy to be here and do that. And And really, I'm part of this because it's different this time, because we are really changing the narrative. And it's not just important to me personally as somebody that grew up in Freeport, but it's important to me as a business owner and leader, because I'm trying to attract new kids to this town and new adults to this town, and people with families and people right out of college, and people that can really make a difference. And I see it starting. I mean, I've been sharing, I don't know if any of you have seen this video. If not, it's on Facebook under our webpage. And if you see it, you watch it, and you can't help but feel a little nostalgic for, good old Freeport. So it's pretty cool. And that's what I think this new brand is doing for us. So I'm going to run through this a little bit. Now, it's also important, because Amy didn't say this specifically, but of the budget that we have for year one, we haven't spent all that yet. So even though there's 2,000 left, that's just 2,000 that's not committed. So some of the posters aren't up yet. Some of the ads aren't up yet. The billboards aren't up yet. So don't think that what you've seen is what you get for the whole 125,000 for last year. There's still a lot to do. Our first year ends, I think it's March 1st, and so March 1st, 2017 through the next year is when we're looking for the 150,000 of new money. A lot of that's already committed to, both from public and private entities. So, and that's what we're here to talk about today, is to hopefully get a commitment out of the city of Freeport for the next year here. So this is the new brand that we've got here. Thought I'd be able to figure out how to run this, but I guess I can't. That one. It's not that down. Up. Okay. So this is cool. This is our brand that the branding company A5 came up with. So this is Freeport All In, and the cool thing about this is there's a duality to this. So it's Freeport All In, and it's all in Freeport. So you can so as residents of Freeport, we're all in, right? We're all into this. We're all into making Freeport better. But it's also, you can find all this in Freeport. So it's all in Freeport. It's not something that you need to go out, and Freeport only has a little bit of this. It's all in Freeport, and that's really the cool thing of this. So again, the duality. It's Freeport all in, and it's all in Freeport. The internal is a community building, the economic development. The external is the tourism and visitors. So we're trying to bring people from outside in, and we're also celebrating what it is we already have in here. You better just do that for me, Amy. So as part of Freeport All In, we are we're showcasing different people, different faces in the community. These are the people that make Freeport real. A lot of them are familiar faces to us, and a lot of them are just people that just love being in this town that we're in. And I think, as somebody that grew up here, we don't always take time to step back and say, you know what, this really is cool here. We've got a lot of cool things. We've got a lot of cool places. We've got Mort's with a huge bar that's made out of these huge blocks of wood, and we've got Union Dairy where they serve great burgers, and my kids love eating ice cream. And we've got all these great buildings and great business leaders and great parts of this community that we don't all celebrate all the time. And we've got great people that are educating our young kids to be better people, but whether they end up in Freeport or whether they end up in other parts of the world, spreading that Freeport message. So these are the kind of things that we want to see on the sides of our buildings. These are the kind of things we want to see on the posters on the wall, on the Facebook posts, on the social media shares, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is. These are the cool things and the cool parts of Freeport. And that's what we're here to celebrate. Now, it's not all this touchy-feely stuff either. It's real. It's real messaging that we hope brings people to this community to create jobs, and that's what we're trying to do is make this something real, so we have a real good message to send. Again, the goal is we want to create tourism, we want to build economic development, we want to be able to tell this message to ourselves internally about how cool Freeport is. So our ask today is, last year we were very happy and pleased to get $20,000 out of the city of Freeport. This year we'd like to see that increase to $40,000. Now that's not all new money. I think that because of our partnerships with particularly the Convention and Visitors Bureau, the hotel motel tax, and some of the items that the city's already contributing money to, that we're able to share that a little differently and not at the expense of one toward the other. But we're already working very closely with CVB, and we'd like to see that there's $40,000 of city money that goes to this initiative here. We've got big goals for the second year starting in March, and we've got big goals to close out our first year. But we see this as being a 3-year real drive to get this thing going. I think we've got a great start in the first year of getting this going, and we want to see it continue. So we're hoping to look to the city for that commitment here. Any questions we can answer for anybody? Okay, thanks for your time.
Brian, you guys, thank you very much. We appreciate it. I've been to many of the sessions that you guys have had. There's been a lot of work put into this and a lot of planning. And I know at some of them there had been people that had committed to having all-in logo and stuff put on the side of their buildings and stuff. So the process is just starting, but we encourage everybody to get involved. And thank all of you. Thank you, Amy. And
Thank you very much also.
For your presentation. Sure, Peter.
Before you go, just one quick question. Thanks. I got down the, what have we done? Well, what do we have? Where are we going? What's the ask? Could you kind of extrapolate a little bit further? I know you talked about web, social media, print, digital, outdoor, billboard, banners, etc. What compared with year one, what does kind of year 2 and 3 look like?
Right, exactly. And that is determined on our budget, obviously. What we want to do is, well, first of all, we're going to facilitate a co-op marketing plan so that others can buy in through the community. Smaller businesses like Union Dairy can say, you know what, let's co-op market a billboard out on 20 or in Chicago or on the rail or wherever. And we say, okay, there are 5 destination places that you need to come and stop in Freeport for. So we're going to build packages to sell those different entities that are place making destinations within Freeport for different ways to raise money, actually, and also to facilitate and make a more collective impact on that marketing. We're going to be doing, obviously, more workshops, and those workshops are really super important. Those are the ones that are going to start building the how to collaborate together, okay? And they're going to be fun, and they're going to be energetic, and they're going to be inspiring. And then we need to do more video. Video costs money, and photography costs money. When you go out and you do documentations on things, we're going to bring in Highland, which we already have, and Highland Mass Communications Department, and hopefully we'll be able to partner with them to utilize their students in creating, like, give them contests where we say, go out, how are you going to implement the brand? How do you guys feel about that? And do a contest where they go and they create something creative around that brand and push it into their segment and their peer groups. The other thing is doing little documentaries with their video department and going around to the different segments of the community and unearthing those stories that are important to tell and important to be. Like he touched on, people, this whole segment, I mean, it's going to be a living and breathing brand. So what you see here today is just the beginning. Okay, these people are not the people that are going to be on that, 6 months from now or a year from now. But what we want you to understand is that people, human equity is our best resource here. I mean, our community, being a small community, you can bet on the people all day long. All right, infrastructure, maybe not, but people you can count on all day long. And if we start valuing and trusting each other a little bit more and celebrating each other's successes, that's turning the vibration already, okay? So a lot of second year is going to be internal. It's going to be internal communications throughout the park, throughout the schools, throughout the city, and then also external, where we're going to go into those regional markets and we're going to really try to tap into those things.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Certainly.
Okay, so when you're talking about the external, and as you indicated, this is just kind of preliminary in regards to some of that, but the idea is to take a unified
Message.
unified message, unified kind of picture, and spread it to various markets, but kind of under one common theme and umbrella for professional approach.
Sure. And when we talk about one common theme, we're talking about a common theme, but we're talking about a diverse attraction. Okay, so the way that we'll spin it creatively, maybe it's focusing on the parks, maybe it's focusing on our niche markets here, like Famous Fossil Winery and the brewery, or maybe we create products that go, okay, let's do a burger tour. Okay, we've got, Right Ot. We have the Brew and Chew in Pearl City. We have, Shawnee Tap. We have Mort's. We have Union Dairy. And we create products creatively to actually entice and get people to come in and stay. But the other thing is we're going to do and create efficiency. When we're talking about creating efficiencies is we're unifying FDDF, CVB, and some of those very, very, very important events that we do and looking at them from a bigger, broader perspective of heads and beds and creating hotel motel tax, by enticing them to come in, staying longer and enjoying their time when they are here. So we've got a lot of work to do and a lot of things to do from measurement standpoint of putting those strategies together and rolling them out throughout those 2 next years. But yeah, they're in place and they're being formulated right now.
Anyone else?
Is there any way that you can elaborate on some of the negative answers you got, so some of us can hear what some of the community and citizens of Freeport feel?
Huh. Sure. I could do that. But I would probably be not doing myself or any of us a service because a lot of it is the same rhetoric that we don't have enough, that we don't have, that the schools aren't good or that they, there's a lot of rhetoric out there that is old stuff that we don't have enough jobs. We have plenty of jobs. You know what I mean? It just depends on your perception. So I'm not going to entertain that question tonight. I would totally offline entertain that question, but I don't think that it's actually in line with where I'm trying to push this whole initiative. And I'm not saying that it's rosy and it's rainbows, but you know what? A good winning champion team in the locker room, they talk about winning. Okay? They don't talk about what they don't have. And yeah, exactly. But you have to know how to get better. Yes, most definitely. But I think we have a lot of that already understood. So I would love to talk to you offline about that. Okay. Thank you.
If anybody should like to make any comments, there is a period at the end of the program that can be done. And thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks for all your hard work. Mr. Mayor, would you like to go back to number 6 with the fire department? We've got all these gentlemen in blue and honor guards standing around here. There must be something going on.
Yes, the fire chief is going to introduce the promotions and also our newest fireman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As we just heard about exciting times within the city of Freeport, I'm proud to stand up here and discuss the exciting times that are facing us within the Freeport Fire Department. As you know, that we had a retirement of our battalion chief, Kirk Schubert, of 30 years of service. So when you have somebody that steps down, retires after that many years and of that position, that creates succession planning, that creates advancement for other members. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and city council for leave of the agenda so we could wait until all of our members are here since one of them is on duty. Secondly, I'd also like to thank everyone for permitting us to fill these spots, to allow us to conduct succession planning, advancement for these individuals. So I couldn't be prouder of these 4 individuals than I am right now. So they're certainly well trained, well qualified. If I'm doing some quick math in my head, we've probably got about 50 years of experience right here and almost a month. So we've got 3 promotions and then the introduction of our newest firefighter. So with that being said, I'd like to go ahead and start with the promotion of battalion chief. We've got Scott Reeser here, was recently a captain. With tonight, he's going to be promoted to
Scott Townsend.
Did I not?
Take back
I
almost.
apologize.
Take back almost
Well,
everything.
this is Scott Townsend. And he started his career, oh boy, I don't know this. August of '93, and is promoted to lieutenant December of 2009 and captain November of 2013. Some of his professional development includes firefighter 1, 2, and 3. He attended and completed the Chief Fire Officer program, so that is a significant accomplishment. It's very rigorous, preparing him for a chief's position, so I'm proud to say that he has completed that. He also is an engineer within the department, quite involved with our hazardous materials program, Tech A and B, and also hazardous materials incident command. So not only can he recognize and identify bad stuff, he's capable of telling people what to do about it. So that's the incident command portion of it. He's been involved with various MABUS disciplines within our department as a paramedic. He's also involved with paramedic instruction. So also, to his credit, he's been awarded the MABUS Humanitarian Medal for service during relief efforts for Hurricanes Gustav and Ike. So there's not a whole lot of people that have that criteria behind them as well. So in the past, he was also the president of Firefighters Local 441. So with that being said, still trying to overcome my big mistake here. I'd like to present to Battalion Chief Townsend, Scott Townsend, if you step up here, please. We've got these certificates for all the officers that are being promoted, so I'll just read it once, and you know what the other 2 will say. This certificate is awarded to Scott Townsend. Congratulations and best wishes on your promotion to Battalion Chief. Thank you for demonstrating the continued commitment required to achieve excellence and success, which they all certainly have. Congratulations. And as we all know in the fire service, that family is extremely important. The support and the help from our family members is important for our success individually as well as collectively within the department. So I would like to request Mrs. Townsend come up here. I'd like to see Joanne come up here with us, please. So long-standing history within the fire service, we allow family members to pin their promotion badges onto them. So in this case, I'd like to give you your husband's badge. With that being said, one last opportunity for Battalion Chief Townsend just to step up and say a few.
Man, I'm humbled. You're not that tall. Thank you. I look forward to my new position. I've worked hard, but like I said, I'm humbled. Worked up through the ranks. Look forward to working for Chief Miller, the citizens of Freeport, the Freeport Fire Department. I really am. This is my lifetime job. Not too many people can say that, but being a fireman is a great job. I've embraced it, enjoyed every minute of it, and I'm going to take this promotion very serious, and you can rest assured I'll do everything in my power to make sure that the men and women of the Freeport Fire Department are safe and do a well job for you guys. Thank you.
So as I indicated, Scott Townsend was a captain, now he's a battalion chief. So that means we've got a captain spot to fill. I'm proud to introduce our next captain, Brett Hartwig. Brett's history is he began his career with the fire department April of 1999. He was promoted to the rank of lieutenant December 6th of 2012. Some of his professional development is he holds an associate degree in fire science from Madison Area Technical College, a bachelor's degree from Western Illinois University, and he's currently finishing up his master's degree in organizational change and leadership through University of Wisconsin in Platteville. He holds Fire Officer 1 and 2 certifications. He's a fire investigator, a paramedic within the department, and lastly, maybe most importantly, he's also a uniform officer. So he's the reason we all look so sharp tonight. So that's one of his duties. So with that, I'd like to present a certificate to Captain Hartwig. There you go. Keeping up with tradition, we have Captain Hartwig's badge. So if we get Mrs. Hartwig to come up here. These badges just arrived Saturday too, so they're a little stiff, a little bit too shiny, and so. Oh, this is you.
I just kind of echo the same thing Battalion Chief Townsend said. I'm very honored. We've all worked very hard for promotion, and so I'm looking forward to the new position, and a lot of my new shift is standing here in C shift. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
So you've probably figured out the natural progression here. We had a lieutenant, just became a captain, so now we have a firefighter that's going to become a lieutenant. So it's my pleasure to introduce our newest lieutenant, Lieutenant Scott Stekel. If you can step up here, please. Some information on him is he's a paramedic within the organization, firefighter certifications 2 and 3, fire apparatus engineer. He also knows about hazardous materials. He's a technician, and he's recently completed his Fire Officer 1. So he's worked towards this position, studied very hard, as all individuals have, and they've earned this position. So they can be proud to know that they've accomplished this level of the department through hard work and diligence. He's also a member of the Freeport Fire Department Honor Guard. So we didn't forget him. He also has this nice fancy plaque that he can hang at home. Mrs. Stekel. Thank you for joining us. Here you go. Lieutenant, would you like to say a few words?
Just a great thanks to the council, the mayor, and Chief Miller. Thanks to my parents, they're here tonight. My mother-in-law, she's given a lot of service to the city. Husband of 35 years on the department, and recently her son, Mike, who we celebrated this summer. I look forward to serving the citizens and, more importantly, working for these guys that are over here, because they're the ones that really make us happen. I thank you.
So you've had an opportunity to meet and see some of the brass here.
Now, with all this progression, that leaves one opening or vacancy for a firefighter. So I'd like to introduce our newest firefighter, started on Halloween, Eric Vox. You can step up here, please. So Eric began his career, as I stated, on Halloween of this year. He's a paramedic, which helps us out tremendously with training and education. He holds an associate degree in applied science from College of DuPage, and is his firefighter 1 or firefighter 2 or basic operations firefighter. He does have a history in the military service, served in the Navy from April of 2006 till August of 2010. Prior employer was First Care Ambulance in Naperville. He's also a part-time firefighter with Kirkland Fire Protection District and also Woodstock? Part-time, okay. So with that, we've got the pleasure of Eric's dad being here. He's going to present and put the badge on his son. That's good enough. Firefighter Bach, I'd like to have a few words here. Keep it brief.
Yes, sir. Well, made it this far, and I'd like to thank Mayor, the City Council, the Board of Fire and Police Commissioners for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this organization and ultimately a brand new family for me. And I'm looking forward to many years and a long, fulfilling career with this department and the ladies and gentlemen of the city. So thank you very much.
So one other aspect of the promotions and testing process I'd like to acknowledge is the Fire and Police Commission and Commissioner Brian Borger. An awful lot of work goes into the planning and implementing of entry-level testing, promotions of all these different levels, whether it's lieutenant, captain, battalion chief. He's also involved in the past with finding a good chief to come and work for the city of Freeport. So they do an awful lot of hard work, and we've been grateful that we've been able to put on some very good personnel there. So thank you, Mr. Borger. And look, I know it's going long. I want to acknowledge the family here of the fire department. These guys are here off duty on their own time, except for the front of the line here. And their support and camaraderie and working with these guys is evident. It's they're a close-knit family, so thank you all for coming as well.
Chief Miller, if I could, I'd just like to take a second. I've had the pleasure of sitting in 911 here for a little bit. It's been on the consolidation committee, but I first off want to congratulate you guys on number one, how neat you look and how professional you look, and anytime in your guys' job, you're always that way. The manner that you guys come across is always professional, and we really appreciate the hard work that all of your department does and also all of the police chief's department. We thank you guys for all your help, because there's a lot of people in the city of Freeport, all of us, 25,600, that depend on you guys as first responders, and we thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair.
much. Go ahead, Mike.
Yes, just real quickly, I've had the pleasure and opportunity of working with all three of the people who were promoted, and I know firsthand what it takes to get to the level that they're at, having done some of it myself. And I am very proud and happy to see that the three people that were promoted, and I am very happy to see that more recognition is given to the promotion and the hard works of the people than has been in the past, and I hope that keeps up. Congratulations, guys. And to Eric, the new firefighter, you got some big shoes to fill.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank
Steve.
you. Thank you.
We'll take a second for the family and the firefighters to leave, and then we'll move on to item number 8, the presentation of City Center. If we could, we'll move on to item number 8, presentation to update council on City Center Freeport. And Mr. Wright, I assume you're going to start it out, or
I'm the leadoff hitter.
you drew the short straw.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Alderman, Mayor, and staff for allowing us to present the first year report of the City Center Freeport project. It seems like it has been a decade since we were here last, which was just in last December, and a lot has happened, and a lot of work has gone into City Center plan for downtown revitalization. I'll just refresh everyone here real quick. Our mission statement and our vision. City Center is a collaborative movement of downtown business and building owners, entrepreneurs, and die-in-the-wool Freeport enthusiasts who are on a mission to transform downtown Freeport into a residential, commercial, shopping, and entertainment destination in beautiful Northwest Illinois. We envision a downtown that is filled with lofty places and inspiring workspaces. We envision a revitalized and recharged business district that offers our residents, guests, and visitors boutique shopping, delightful dining, artful entertainment experiences that are uniquely Freeport. City Center Freeport believes a thriving downtown that is a destination for living, working, shopping, and playing is essential to the economic future of the community. Though we understand that many aspects of community development are essential for our future, we believe downtown revitalization will play an important role in reshaping the community and its future economy. We also believe that turning our vision into reality is possible. When we put our City Center Freeport together last year, we actually began in September, and I believe it was by December we were here to this city council with a plan, and we received at that point in time this council's unanimous support, for which that we thank you for giving us the opportunity to move forward and put together our first year what we've have for you tonight. Our prescribed strategies that we began with and still hold to today are based on the premise that we must increase the amount of investment is being made in downtown by the private sector, and if needed, use public resources, namely the Downtown Tax Increment Finance Fund, to leverage these private investments. City Center Freeport prescribes 3 main strategies for pursuing the revitalization of downtown, and you're going to get updates on all of these strategies that meet these 3 main goals that we're working on. We believe that upper floor redevelopment will increase the number of people living and working downtown and add much needed vibrancy to the downtown. We believe that upper floor redevelopment will increase the revenue stream
for downtown buildings that can be reinvested in the proper maintenance of those buildings. And we know that maintaining some of these historic buildings is a bit of a challenge these days, and primarily is because there's not much money coming in or going out of those buildings to be able to reinvest into those buildings for the maintenance. We also believe that upper floor redevelopment will increase the value of those buildings, and this will add to the overall increment to the downtown TIF and more dollars for reinvestment. City Center Freeport also prescribes that we focus on small business development, particularly retail, food, and entertainment-focused businesses that will improve the commercial vitality of the downtown business district, will provide more jobs in the community, and will grow our community sales and food and beverage tax base that will help support the many city services like public safety and streets that Freeport citizens depend on. And finally, we believe that a streetscape design and public placemaking improvement effort is critical, an effort that will tie all together with all of this all together with an updated streetscape design, will make downtown an art and culture destination that adds to its commercial vitality, and that it will enhance the aesthetic interest of our community. In pursuing these goals, City Center pursued establishing a baseline of current exterior condition of buildings, downtown buildings, through a building condition analysis performed by architect Chris Fye of Christopher Fye and Associates, and Chris will speak to you tonight. A utility connection analysis performed by Todd Wiegand of Fair Graham and Associates, an adaptive reuse study performed by architect Scott Winter of Winter Design, and a current condition analysis of the downtown TIF as performed by Dave Young of NIDA. And all of those individuals are here to speak tonight and give you a little summary of where we're at. We also explored the creation of a gap finance toolbox that will include the use of tax credits, loans, grants, and a newly proposed TIF-backed revolving loan fund exclusively for downtown building owners. Chris Schneiderman of State Bank led this exploration. He's here tonight, and he had many local lenders participating with him, as well as City Treasurer Linda Buss. Additionally, the city and our community's 4 economic development partners, NIDA, the Chamber, Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Freeport Downtown Development Foundation, collaborated to form the newly created Small Business Collaboration. The SBC's Director Brian Borger is here tonight to talk about the SBC's first 100 days. And finally, we got the ball rolling in creating and updating our downtown's new streetscape and public spaces through the design of a new Civics Arts Plaza. Jessica Modica, the director of the Freeport Art Museum, and Andrea Winter of Winter Design will talk to you tonight about the exciting direction we are taking in creating the public space envelope that frames all of this works and pulls it all together. So batting after me is Chris Fye with Chris Fye and Associates, and Chris is going to go through the building condition analysis that was performed by his company, looking at 129 downtown buildings, and did that probably within the last 100 or so days. So, Chris?
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Fye. I'm a principal at Christopher Fye and Associates, an architecture firm that has been in the community for about 30 years, and we've worked on this downtown revitalization for a long time. A large portion of our business has been in adaptive reuse and historic preservation work. I want to commend the City Council on working through this process and helping everybody move forward. I think it's incredibly vital, this initiative, to really change the downtown community, make it economically viable, and really help the City of Freeport move forward. So I want to commend you for this. We analyzed the current conditions of 15 blocks in the downtown. The downtown's about 30 blocks, but we looked at a core of those, and you can see a map ahead of you that shows the blocks that we looked at. And in those blocks, 129 buildings, 136 pins, and we did a windshield survey, which was really a walking tour. I go along, sit down, look at the buildings, and go through a checklist of all these things that are important for revitalization or for enhanced economic investment. So what I looked at was building types and conditions, or constructions. So I looked at the age of the building, and this is all rough, but within an approximate view. So the structure, the type of structure, the type of construction, what condition the facade and storefront was in, the fenestration, the building size and the lot size, because that's important. If you're going to be working on a building, what kind of perimeter you have, what kind of area are you working with, and accessibility and exiting. So those are kind of the core building types and issues. Also looking at the accessibility on buildings, because it's important to be able to get people in these buildings. Some of the buildings you go up a few steps. Some have some minor concerns, but anyway, that's on this building condition. And looked at where the utilities entered the building. Fairgraham did a view of all of the infrastructure of the downtown, and he's going to talk, and it's going to be talked about. But I looked at where the infrastructure comes into the building, right at the building, so gas service, electric, phone. We have on our condition analysis what the historical classification of the buildings are, whether they're significant, they contribute, or they're not contributing, because that's important for the people who are going to develop buildings as to what they would need to do to get historic tax credits, because that's one of the financing pieces that's out there as part of the gap financing that is going to be talked about also. And in our classification, we put together a coding, a color coding of whether it's in good shape, it's bad shape, it gets referred to the city, whether that building needs to be addressed right now or else it's going to fall down, or whether that building probably should come down because it doesn't make economic sense to fix it up. And we've taken all of that information and given it to the city. It's been incorporated into the GIS system. So when you click on that PIN number, all this great information will come up. The information that Fairgraham did, the information that we did, it will be linked into the city, and it will be a living, breathing document. So it won't just be sitting there. It can be continually upgraded as new information comes along. Things that I thought were interested is that 55% of the downtown buildings are well maintained. 45% need work of one kind or another, whether it be facade or some structural work. 53% of the buildings are either vacant or partially vacant. So there's a lot of opportunity there. 19% of the building are completely vacant, and 28% have potential for redevelopment. So really what this is a baseline of information to work with. So you can look at it and understand what we have in the downtown. It's one of the vital economic forces or locations, and this initiative will make it a huge amount better. So thank you very much. That's questions later?
I think so. Okay. Thanks, Chris. We'll have Todd Wiegans from Fairgraham. And one of the things, and Chris touched upon it, is that once we get the information that Chris has done, and particularly that Todd has done on utility condition analysis, uploaded up into the city's GIS system, this is going to give us an extremely comprehensive map of downtown, and which will help us strategically map out where do we want to start and where do we want to go from an economic development and redevelopment perspective. And that's why we're establishing that baseline first, so we understand as in-depthly as we can what is the actual product that we're working with. And so Todd and his company has done an extensive analysis of looking at the utilities, and that's an important component when we're talking about redevelopment, because we know that some of our utilities are going to be needed to have upgrades done in them. So without further ado, I'll give Todd Wiegans.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Council. Again, Mayor, Council, thank you for your support of this effort. I'm very interested in this effort and nearly any effort to improve the downtown. It's been nearly 15 years ago. I believe it was in one of your prior administration terms, Mayor, that Fairgraham was involved in the redevelopment of the Raleigh building, which houses our offices. And we've been proud to be downtown and hope to be for a long time to come. Our task under this effort was to take a look at some of the non-municipal owned utilities and technology utility information as well. And we started by taking the downtown TIFF area outlined in those maps in blue across from each of you. In the orange color, then we overlaid the historic preservation district. And then finally in, I believe it's a reddish color. Doesn't help for me to be colorblind at this point. But I believe it's a reddish color that shows the area that we have gathered information on the utilities and the technology infrastructure that's available downtown. So the goal, so you can see how those districts overlay, and our goal was to gather information on the availability of utilities and technology infrastructure that's downtown that could support redevelopment opportunities. So we look particularly at some of the utilities such as ComEd, NICOR, Windstream, Frontier, Comcast, to name some of them. This, when combined with the city-owned or the municipal utilities of the water, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, will give you really a comprehensive look at what's available downtown in order to support development activities. We've chosen the GIS vehicle, if you will, that platform to gather this information. The reason is, while I believe the information is being provided to council and to the mayor, and that in 3-ring binders, some of it, we didn't want a plan that sat on a shelf. You know, we've had several of those, and that's not this. This is going to be kind of a living, breathing repository, the GIS, where we can continue to add information over time to complete and develop that overall picture. I believe once we get through our presentation, we may also be prepared tonight with the assistance of Sean Gallagher and Kurt Sutman to give you a demonstration of the GIS, how it works, how that information will look and be called up. They're much better at that than I would ever pretend to be. So, the great thing about GIS is you can add layers of information. It's not just the location of a utility. You can add information such as size, the age, you know, what year was that utility installed, materials of construction, any repairs that were done, service entry points that Mr. Fye talked about, even photos, inspection reports. It really is rather limitless as to the information that you can include, or what they call attributes. Also, we hope that as this study progresses, we can also identify the service gaps and or any specific challenges that utilities or the technology infrastructure present when it comes to redevelopment downtown. So we've got a lot of data gathered within that core area, and within that core area you can see the 15 blocks that we focused on. There's some immediate and some future actions that we think should follow in order to develop the breadth and depth of that repository that I spoke of. First of all, we are still waiting on a little bit more information from NICOR around specific intersections. That would complete our data gathering for that, and then that will conclude all the information we have on those utilities that I spoke of, and the city would have that information. But we need some information to fill in the gaps. Yet we also could expand that assessment area to encompass the entire TIFF district at some point. So that's something we may want to look at as we go forward into the next steps. Also, we could meet and coordinate with those utility companies to identify any known service gaps or demand issues that they have. You know, do they have areas of where service is not being provided downtown, or where they've got persistent issues that may require repairs, upgrades on their end? We can also look at a little more detail with the structures themselves. As Mr. Fye indicated, he noted where services come into the buildings. We've noted where they are in the public right-of-way. So we still need to connect those points, and excuse me, And we need to also look within the structures themselves. What are the service installations that are within the structures? Are they adequate for redevelopment, or what needs to be done to support redevelopment needs? And we can also just continue to get more and more information on the attributes themselves, anything contained within city files and so forth. So I think this will come together a little bit more for you when we have the GIS demonstration, if you're not used to that vehicle. So how does looking at public utilities and municipal utilities as well, how does that support redevelopment downtown? Well, the two biggest ways are when you tie it together with known building deficiencies or building needs themselves, you can start to outline a plan that makes sense from a utility standpoint or technology infrastructure. But also, as you're going to hear about, is another part of this about streetscaping. It also helps you be more predictive. Unfortunately, we do a lot of engineering for municipalities and that, and I can't tell you the number of times that we've done a street resurfacing and the street looks great and we've put in new curb and gutter, and it just never seems to fail that a week later a water main breaks and you're digging into a new street. So this can also, this information all pulled together, you can work with utility companies, you can look at your municipal utilities, and hopefully plan, projects such that those types of occurrences don't happen as well. So that, in conclusion, we can combine it with the gap financing tools that you're going to hear about and the adaptive reuse efforts to form one comprehensive redevelopment strategy for the downtown. So, thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Todd mentioned adaptive reuse. Of course, with downtown, we're dealing with all historic buildings, which are older materials, have older ways of being built, and many communities have adopted adaptive reuse policies that make it more feasible to redevelop these properties. And with that, it requires adaptive reuse policies within the city. And so one of the things that we did was Scott Winter, working with Building Commission, working with Alex, working with the Building Commission, and looking at benchmarking Freeport's policies and codes up against other municipalities in the state of Illinois that are similar size, to see what are we doing and what are things that we could do internally to improve our processes and our policies in order to make some of these renovations and redevelopment more cost effective and more feasible. So, Scott?
Okay, well, thank you for having me. Again, my name is Scott Winter. I'm principal architect with Winter Design. Building codes can be sort of boring, so we put some text on some slides to maybe deceive you into thinking it's more interesting than it is. As you've heard, building codes are sort of the next piece of the puzzle. We've talked about if you're going to develop a property, now you know what the utilities are, you know the condition, the relative condition of the building you may be looking at developing and the neighboring properties. So, what are the codes that you're going to be required to be held to update those facilities? So that's what we really we dug into. I've got a lot of slides here, but I'll just highlight a few so we don't get too monotonous here. But the initiative was to, in essence, make renovations and restorations of older buildings feasible, make them more feasible. So what we focused on are the building codes, so all the different codes that are required of a developer, during the building process, and also what is the process by which a developer works with the city and other jurisdictions to get that building project done. So to start with, we interviewed local developers, builders, owners, and code officials, and then we did comparison research to other Illinois communities. In guiding our study, we looked at 3 main goals, and this is from sort of the grandfather of rehabilitation codes, the New Jersey Rehab Subcode. And when you're looking at a code, you want that code or regulation to be, timeliness in processing and enforcing the code. You want the code to be predictable. You want to know that you're being required to do the same thing that your neighbor is, and there's no arbitrary treatment. And also, you want that code to be reasonable, i.e. provide a reasonable level of safety without imposing too much regulation and excessive cost. So some of the things we heard from some of the surveys, starting with the process, were clarity in sort of navigating this development process. They often weren't sure who to go to first in getting assistance for developing a project. Overall, we got good feedback on working with the city staff, which is very encouraging. Everybody mentioned that they were willing to work with and very friendly. Talking about the code specifically, things that we heard were not knowing, again, what upgrades would be required, egress upgrades, whether it be from a second or third story, and the accessibility requirements. Do I have to put an elevator in? What do I need to do? And some other barriers we heard are financing, cost of the initial planning, and then what are the conditions of our neighboring properties? Why should I invest in my building, not knowing what's going to happen next door? Some of the cities we talked to, Effingham, Danville, Rock Island, Collinsville, Moline, and Springfield. We did some research on some of the city data just to show some comparative analysis, and here are all the building codes that each of the cities have adopted. In general, Freeport, in terms of the building codes, are on the the current edition with comparison to the other Illinois cities. We have all the standard IBC, IEBC codes. Obviously, the state codes are general, federal guidelines we have to apply to. I guess, and most of it are very similar, ranging from some of the older codes, but to the 2015 codes. We asked specifically if some of these jurisdictions did anything to modify those codes to make adaptive reuse more feasible in their community. And we only heard from a couple communities, Danville and Springfield, that the building officials take a little more discretion. Maybe they do a little more working with the owners kind of outside or in the gray areas of the code. But the majority of the respondents cited using the international existing building code, which was really developed to sort of take out a lot of those ambiguities in developing projects. They found flexibility within those codes to be able to allow owners to do certain things without being overly burdened by the codes. There's just some specifics, we won't go into there. Some of the recommendations that we drew from these surveys and talking with other Illinois communities are streamlining the process, again, enhancing that process and doing work with the city and developing, providing assistance. Rehabilitation codes can tend to be very complex. It's not as cookie cutter as, say, a new building is. So finding ways to provide assistance to owners and developers, code officials, architects, engineers, to take some of that confusion out. And then to inform, we feel it's important to enhance the awareness throughout the community that building codes are important, property maintenance is important, it's a part of this bigger picture. We talked a lot about some different things within the city, some website upgrades. Again, just streamlining the process. I won't get into too many of these specifics. They're in the full report if you want to look through that. Again, all things that just sort of make it more efficient if you want to come into Freeport and do business. We talked about plan review and permitting. Again, the goal of creating consistency in applying the codes to each project. Again, enforcing some of the existing building codes. We talked a lot about some of these existing buildings and getting into the existing buildings and doing fire safety. We have a very dedicated fire department in doing inspections, and we talked about some different ways that we heard from other communities on how they're expanding those programs to be able to touch more buildings in a year and provide a different level of compliance. We looked at encouraging structural assessment of existing buildings. We know that can be an issue within the downtown. These older buildings that have shared walls, roofs, and exterior masonry that's in disrepair. A lot of these things we think will increase the efficiency of the building department staff and the time reviewing projects to get through code approvals. We looked at some very specific ordinance modifications, and all of this we've shared with the Building Commission in a presentation of all the same material. That wraps it up. Thank you.
And what can be accessed for money. And Chris is going to talk about some of the work that he did with his team, which included City Treasurer Linda Buss, and then also a lot of our local lenders. So a lot of bright people sitting around the table trying to figure this one out. So I'm going to have Chris come up and talk about what they've uncovered.
Thanks, Dean. Thank you to the City Council and the Mayor, the Fire Chief, Police Chief. Thank you for all your service you do for our community and everybody else in this room as well. So as Dean said, our goal was to find a toolbox for financing, essentially. You know, I think in its easiest format, financing, you just look at mortgages. People can put 5% down if they buy a home, and the rest of it is financed by one source. In the commercial world, that's the world I live in, commercial banking. I've done that for about 15 years. There's a lot of different sources that can be brought to the table. And most investors, whether they're developers, business owners, manufacturing companies, service industries, you know, they tend to look for the least amount of capital they have to contribute to a project because they're looking for a return on that dollar. So the one thing we've run into with financing downtown buildings, and this is not unique to Freeport, is finding those tools that can be used. Another unique thing about this is what we're looking to redevelop doesn't necessarily create jobs per se. And most of the programs I've worked with in my career, you have to have job creation. I've done numerous projects using USDA, the Illinois Finance Authority, the SBA, the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity, DECIO. But these projects downtown don't necessarily create jobs, but they are rehabbing buildings. And there's less of those tools available, so we had to dig deeper for those. So a couple of those tools that we found that other communities have used include federal historic tax credits. Rockford has used quite a few of these in the recent past. And essentially, people provide equity to projects of up to 20% of the project, and they get a federal tax credit for that investment. Now, this is funds that the developer or the owner of the building do not have to pay back. The federal government has said that because of this contribution, the people who are contributing get federal tax credits. They tend to be on a larger size project because they do obviously cost some money to do the federal historic tax credits. But I think there are certain buildings in town that would qualify. So that's one of our tools. Another one could potentially be the federal 10% rehabilitation tax credit. These credits are available for any buildings that were simply built before 1936, other than homes. You know, so a lot of buildings downtown, I don't know the percentage, but a lot of them would require for this fairly simple tax credit. So again, that's a source of funding that can be used. Now there are also 5 communities in the state of Illinois that have state historic tax credits. Unfortunately, Freeport's not one of them, but Rockford is, and I think that's up to 25%, but that's passed by the state legislator. So those are a couple of sources. Another source we've come up with is a potential revolving loan fund. Now, the city of Freeport already has a revolving loan fund. The Northwest Illinois Community Development Corp, made up of 6 or 7 local banks, also have a revolving loan fund, but that is specifically for job creation. We feel one other way we can create a revolving loan fund is through what would be a limited obligation revenue bond. In essence, what we'd be doing is leveraging the future TIFF proceeds to borrow against those to form this pool of money. So for example, let's say there's $100,000 of future TIFF proceeds that are going to be available for the next 12 years. Local banks, would lend against that to develop this local pool of money from day one. That pool of money could be used for the redevelopment of downtown. Now, with that, though, there would be quite a bit of probably legal work, municipal attorney work to do something like that, which is where some of the cost requests come in from our side. To this point, the gap financing really hasn't cost anything to do. It's just been volunteer bankers looking at different sources we could use. But eventually, hiring a municipal attorney to set something like that up would cost some money. So in a nutshell, those are some of the sources that we've come up with to try to use. And I think it's just important to keep in mind that any developer, whether you're in Freeport, whether you're in Rockford, whether you're downtown Chicago, you know, the way they go about their business is not to put a lot of cash into deals. And unfortunately, too, traditional banking does not allow for 95% financing of downtown. Unlike home mortgages, they do. But a lot of commercial type projects like that, the banks will not lend that much. So we need to come up with that gap. And those are some of the, just wanted to reiterate some of the tools that we've come up with. So I think there's a lot more work to be done on that front, but I think there is a light at the end of the tunnel for some of those tools we can use. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And as Chris mentioned, one of the projects that their team was looking at was a TIF-backed revolving loan fund, which, because it's TIF-backed, I'm going to have Dave Young come up. Dave did some analysis working with Supervisor Assessments Ron Kane, and looking at your current downtown TIF, where it's at today, where it's been, and where it may be heading, particularly if we opt to punt here and not really do anything different than what we're doing now. And he can give you kind of some scenarios of where we might be going. So I'll invite Dave, come up, talk about the downtown TIF.
Thanks, Dean. So far you've heard a little bit about the base analysis in terms of condition, both in terms of buildings and utilities. You've heard a little bit about the environment for revitalization in terms of gap financing and building codes. And you've heard a little bit about what the banking community is willing to do in terms of stepping forward to create this revolving loan fund that's sort of backed by TIF increment. So what I was asked to do is take a look at the TIF increment itself. So as you know, when TIFs are created, you have a net taxable value that is frozen. That net taxable value is distributed to all the taxing jurisdictions based on their proration on the tax bill. Anything above and beyond that is incremental EAV. And it's that incremental EAV that is captured by the city, and the whole goal of a TIF is to use that incremental EAV to invest in projects to leverage private investment. You do that through basically negotiating redevelopment agreements, and how that increment is used is really negotiated through redevelopment agreements. So the downtown TIF was created in 1994. At that time, it had a net taxable value of $6.6 million. TIFs have a 23-year life. So in effect, that TIF is due to expire in December 31st, 2017. However, the city has applied for and secured a 12-year extension, which means it will not expire until December 31st, 2029. When it developed its redevelopment agreement or redevelopment plan for the downtown, the city had a goal of basically growing the incremental EAV to $17 million. That means it would be a 250% increase over the value when the TIF was created. So where do we stand? As of today, 22 years into the 23-year TIF, the downtown's net taxable value is $8.1 million, basically a 23% increase over the net taxable value when the TIF was created. And we have one more year left on the TIF. Initially, when we began discussions with the banks, with Chris's team, to create this revolving loan fund backed by TIF increment, we estimated that there was probably about $250,000 annually spun off by the TIF, we thought if we could get through negotiation with the city a commitment of anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000 of that TIF increment, we could basically stimulate a revolving loan fund. In effect, the current net taxable value or incremental EAV generates $193,000 in TIF revenue. So already we're roughly $60,000 behind the goal. So how do we get from there from the 250 to the 193? What we did is we took a look at the last 5 years of the TIF. And literally over the last 5 years, TIF EAV has actually declined by $830,000, which means it's lost $60,000 in incremental revenue. Now, why is that? Obviously, due to lack of investment. There are 383 parcels in the downtown TIF. Of those 383 parcels, 177 of them generate no increment, 0. So what does that mean? That means the value of those 177 parcels, or 46% of the parcels, is less today than it was in 1994. And again, that's due to lack of investment. There are actually 11 properties out of the 383 properties that actually generate $20,000 or more in incremental EAV. Those 11 properties actually generate 46% of the annual tax increment revenue. 11 properties out of 383. So what's the solution? It's basically trying to find ways, like the TIF was originally created, to take that incremental revenue that's spun off every year and stimulate private investment. How can we do that? You've heard one opportunity that's been expressed to you by Chris Schneiderman, that being the limited obligation revenue bond, which in effect is a loan to the city that is backed by TIF increment. So you would have to take a look at that 193 and try to find ways to maximize that revenue to basically back the obligation bond. Based on current discussions with Ron Kane, next year EAV will decline another 3.5%, bringing it down to 187. And of course, there are a lot of competing priorities for TIF increment. So in some ways, you really got to have some serious discussion as to how you want to invest that money going forward. The other thing is you can basically develop some changes in redevelopment agreement policies, such as capping out how much of a redevelopment agreement that generates new increment, how much of that new increment the developer actually gets to take advantage of. We're suggesting that you basically cap it out at 50%. You use the other 50% of incremental revenue to basically supplement the revolving loan fund and also to make some investments in public improvements. The other opportunity is if you take a look at condition survey, we're actually going to provide to Kurt a listing of all the properties in downtown by PIN number. You can actually chart, he can actually map the actual property by property, how much each property generates in terms of income. They either generate 0 or less, or they generate more. The whole idea is to be able to correlate building condition, which will also be mapped thanks to Chris Fye, and incremental revenue contribution. Our sense is there's a strong correlation between whether or not a property actually generates increment and its condition. And our suggestion is that we look to strategically do what are called carve-outs, where you basically take sections of the TIF that have a high percentage of deterioration and a low EAV, which is part of the test of how you determine whether or not an area qualifies for a TIF. You do carve-outs and create project-specific TIFs, which have a new 23-year life. And because they sit in the middle of a larger TIF, you can basically transfer monies across TIFs to stimulate investment. The other thing is, and I know people will get a little nervous about this, but I think you also really have to revisit the whole discussion on creating a special service area. Now, why is that? Special service areas are really used in a lot of ways to make public improvements. As we all know, there are a lot of public improvements that basically have to be made downtown, both in terms of water and sewer, as well as being able to facilitate some of the upgrades of specific services to buildings that will be redeveloped. Our overall recommendation is there was a $25,000 budget that was set aside for Chris Schneiderman's team's work this year. They didn't touch that money. Our suggestion is you basically roll that money forward into 2017 and retain a municipal finance consultant to work with us to basically sort of vet and in some ways help select and come back and recommend to you some of the options that I've sort of just sketched out here. So that's basically the analysis of the TIF. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Everybody take a deep breath. It's okay. I'm going to invite Brian Borger. Brian, in addition to giving advancement to firefighters and our Police and Fire Commission, also is our new director of the Small Business Collaborative, which is a joint collaboration between the city, the chamber, NIDA, FDDF, and the CVB, and really is there to focus on the retention and the expansion and the recruitment of small businesses, not just in our downtown, but in our city as well. And Brian has been pretty much at this job for about 100 days, so he's going to give us a little report of everything that he's been doing in the last 100 days. Probably not everything, but some of the things.
Thank you, Dean. As Dean said, when I'm not busy hiring firemen or policemen or promoting them, I work with the SBC. It's a new venture, about 100 days old. I do a variety of different things. I hit the ground running when I first took the job. Primarily, I've worked with a lot of startup businesses. I've had about 60 unique visits, appointments from different people, primarily in a startup kind of arena. That startup arena has been anywhere from someone who primarily speaks Spanish, who wants to make jewelry and sell retail jewelry, to a number of different restaurants and all sorts of things in between. I also work with existing business owners, so people that want to expand their business or looking for a different location or wanting to do different things with their business, working to put a business plan together to get additional capital for their building, all sorts of things related to what an existing business owner would want to do as well. I can tell you that from being on the job now for the time that I've been on the job, most everyone that comes to my doorstep really doesn't have a lot of knowledge about business or how to make a dollar at the end of the day. So it's a big educational process that I go through with them. Most everyone that comes to my doorstep is undercapitalized. They don't have any money or very little money to start out with, and so those are some of the challenges that I face each and every day. It takes a lot of creativity in working with these folks. A lot of challenges. The other day I met with someone and I think I was successful in keeping them from opening a business because it was a situation that was not going to be successful. Again, very undercapitalized and just not going to happen. So there's a variety of things. In addition to working with people downtown, I do work throughout the city of Freeport because of the funding that I receive from my position, as well as I work in the county. So I have been out in the county and I've worked in some of the communities out there as well. I've also been out recruiting businesses. So I've been outside of the city of Freeport, outside of Stevenson County, identifying successful businesses and trying to recruit them into Freeport. So that's another task that is on my agenda. One of my success stories, and it's had a little hiccup, but Habitat for Humanity is relocated downtown, It was primarily a vacant building, leaky roof, number of problems with the building. The building was sold to a new owner who has made changes to that building, improved it, fixed the leaky roof, did a lot of improvements to the building. Habitat had some internal issues that they had to resolve that I believe now are resolved. The doors will be opening soon. So if you drive by on Spring Street, you can see their showroom, and you can see what a difference that is from the way it looked prior. I've been showing different properties to people wanting to start businesses. So virtually anything in that small business arena that someone needs assistance with, I can be that independent, that unbiased kind of person that can assist them and help direct them and put a business plan together, answer questions, and all sorts of things in between. When I'm not working directly with clients, I'm in the process of putting a toolbox together, so there will be an online toolbox that will have resources available, so someone would be able to go to that and get information to put a business plan together, do a feasibility study, and then links to different resources and things that they'll need in order to continue on with their project. So there's the opportunity to work independently if that's what they would choose to do via the online toolbox, or they can come in person and meet with me. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Brian. We did save the best for last. My co-conspirator, Amy, and I always talk about our two different projects, and I'm always jealous because Amy's always got these nice pictures and visuals and things that she brings, and it's been a little bit harder for City Center Freeport to come up with those same visuals, mostly because it's not very sexy to be taking pictures of people sitting at meetings and talking. So we do, as a part of City Center Freeport, acknowledge that streetscape design and placemaking is kind of the envelope that pulls small business, retail business, and upper floor redevelopment together. And to give us a little presentation and strategy of what we're pursuing with streetscape design is Jessica Modica, who's the director of the Freeport Art Museum, and Andrea Winter of Winter Design.
Right, so I was joking with Dean that I was very glad to be bringing up the tail end of things because we do have some very sexy and pretty pictures that are very exciting. But you also will find that these projects are very important. And I know that you've heard the term placemaking kind of bandied about, and that truly describes what our projects entail, and it's what differentiates these plans from previous streetscape plans, and the big difference is in the approach. The placemaking approach is much more holistic. It goes beyond just utility and function of streetscape design, and it harnesses the power of art and culture to create these inspiring public spaces that serve to not only celebrate our rich history, but also really provide structure for economic development. So our team, like Dean said, believes that, as I know the majority of you will also believe, that well-designed and aesthetically pleasing or interesting and inspiring public spaces are essential to our economic growth of the downtown commercial district. So we've, our goals are to apply design and placemaking techniques to streetscape design that will essentially invite and move people. Invite people to our downtown and allow them to move throughout the areas downtown and for them to enjoy our community. So what we've done is we've identified a feasible plan or approach. And the overarching or umbrella of phase one is the creation of an arts district. And underneath that umbrella are two major projects. The first is the Civic Arts Plaza, which utilizes property that the museum owns downtown across from the library, and creates a place where people can enjoy festivals, they can enjoy public art, and most importantly, that plaza will provide links from one end of town where we see a lot of cultural opportunity throughout the rest of the downtown, and allow people to spend time and money in our downtown. And then the other is the establishment of an arts and culture corridor, which runs along Chicago Avenue. And we're already seeing some very exciting things happen along the corridor. And so we plan to facilitate those exciting things that we see, but also we plan to strategically make this corridor a much more walkable area. So Andrea is here. What we were able to do in our first year is the City Council, through approving the use of the $10,000 that we had earmarked for a match for the CERD grant that we were a finalist for, we were able to utilize those funds to have Andrea Winter create a design for the Arts Plaza. And we did this through several conversations with community people. We did a stakeholder meeting, and we gathered information about what kinds of characteristics the plaza could have that would be very exciting and inspiring and utilized by both residents and visitors alike. And so I'd like to introduce Andrea and have her come and show you what she was able to design.
I'm just building up your anticipation. Thank you. You guys are almost in the home stretch. You're doing so good. And I promise I'll have some pictures. But thank you, Jessica, for the intro. Thank you, City Council, for your support. She really gave a great intro talking about the process, what we've gone through. So I'm going to hit the highlights really quickly here. There we go. I'm going to start off with a map. Basically, we started the process, as she mentioned, by talking with people and by doing some analysis. Doing analysis of the site, doing analysis of the context. Where is the site in relationship to the rest of the downtown? What other policies and plans that are in place that might inform the design? So really, from this information that informed the design, and it helped us start to understand the story that this site needs to tell. And when we can understand the story the site needs to tell, it will be a better, more functional, more successful design, because it will really fit into the downtown. So from all of that analysis, we came to basically 4 main overarching things that this site needs to do. First, it needs to activate the downtown, which is a huge, broad goal. But the plaza can have a huge piece in that, because it can be a place, a destination. It can be a venue space. It can hold arts festivals, music festivals, some events that are already going on there, Brewfest, Cruise Night. It can help those activities can continue there while bringing life and a home to new activities. It needs, and Jessica spoke to this, it needs to bridge 2 areas of downtown. So as you see here, does the pointer not work? My apologies here. I don't know, okay, there we go. So Chicago Avenue is highlighted in purple. You see our site. You see a lot of the numerous businesses that are in and along Chicago Avenue, and you see some very historic establishments that are to the north of our site. Really, when we looked in the context of the downtown and where our site is, it became evident that a huge piece of what our site needs to do is to connect these 2 areas of the downtown. So not only is this a place to go to for an event, but it's also a place to go through to connect two areas. So this is a simple diagram kind of talking about that, connecting Chicago Avenue to Debate Square and Union Dairy and the library. So then the last one would be, or the last two things, all the dashed green lines that you can see and the solid green are the bike paths. So dashed are existing, or excuse me, future bike paths. The solid green are existing bike paths. They're super close to our site. You know, you're a block from an off-street bike path. You're very close to a regional trailhead. The idea that bikes need to be in our downtown is truthful, and we need to accommodate that on our site. So secure bike parking, providing a space for people to be able to lock up their bike, whether they're going to spend time at the plaza or whether they're going to spend time hopefully walking around the rest of the downtown. And the last thing we found, there's adequate parking available. There's almost 200 spaces right next door in the municipal parking lot, excuse me, and there's nearly 500 off-street parking spaces within a 5-minute walk of the site. So we can have big events here and people can park. So launching right into the design. I can control the clicker. Okay, excuse me. So we're going to talk about the site as a whole first. So just to get your bearings here, you have Douglas Avenue across the street's the library. You have Debate Square, Union Dairy's over here. This is Chicago. Right here where the title block is, you would have the post office and you would have an alley. So really when we talked about adding to the downtown, that lent to the site being flexible. So maximizing our green open space and also adding a stage and a splash pad. These are dynamic things. Obviously a stage is going to facilitate performances. A splash pad, which would be a water feature, an on-grade water feature, is a very dynamic and engaging recreational source that will draw children, families, onto the site. And then maximizing, as I said, maximizing the green space so that that can be used for seating. There is a 2-foot slope from this point here down to the splash pad for a couple of reasons. One being it would help just naturally drain stormwater, and then to provide better sight lines for people who are there for a performance. So the other thing we're going to, you'll see these diagonal walkways. And as I referred to earlier, that connection diagram, talking about connecting Chicago Avenue to Debate Square and to Union Dairy. So we knew people were going to, that people were going to want to traverse the site. So let's give them a great experience to do that. So I'll talk a little bit more in depth about all these features, but I'm just highlighting them now. We have some mini plazas over here. So these are really nice shaded areas that seating would be provided. You're encouraging people to come in from off the sidewalk to spend a little time, have a cup of coffee, meet somebody for lunch, those types of spaces. Up here, it would be the Monumental Gateway. So I'll talk a little bit more in just a few minutes about what that actually is, but that's going to be an iconic sculptural piece that would be visible from far away. And then sculpture along the northern edge here. So you're creating kind of a sculpture walk buffering the north edge of the site. And then on the southern edge of the site, which again I'll elaborate on later, and it's hard to see from this plan, there would be a screen wall that would divide the site from the alley. So number one, talking about the Monumental Gateway. So I just mentioned that that's at the intersection, the corner of Douglas in Chicago. And kind of think Freeport does the bean, you know, in Chicago in Grant Park. I mean, I'm not envisioning, I'm kind of saying that in jest. We're not actually going to put the same sort of sculpture, but you're trying to create an iconic piece of sculpture that people are going to recognize. You know, hopefully it will become as iconic as the waterfall in Crape Park or the carousel or Union Dairy. It will become something that becomes recognizable with Freeport. So this is a large piece of sculpture that would also facilitate wayfinding. We see that there would be a place to have words and text to direct people to the rest of the downtown, to what's happening within the plaza, to other amenities in the area. It would also be a place for donor recognition. We want to recognize those people who played an important role in making this place happen. And then it will also just give visitors to the site, as they go through and around the sculpture, it'll open up axial views onto certain areas of the site, lining up with the screen wall, lining up with the stage, really trying to tell the story of the plaza and how it unfolds. So the next is bike parking. Sorry, this is super sensitive. So I just highlighted in this red outline is where the bike parking would be located. It's bike parking. So the idea and the opportunity we have with an arts plaza is how can we create these functional elements, but in an artistic way. So this is just one demonstration of how you could have bike parking that looks a little different than your traditional bike parking. Next, we're going to talk about the sculptural walk here along the northern edge of the site. So here's some examples of, it would be larger pieces of sculpture, something you would see if you drove along Douglas Avenue or if you were on the plaza. So along that northern edge, it will create a border or an edge to the site, but not something that's solid that you couldn't see through. You could still make visual connection to the, excuse me, to the library. But these are just some examples of what that could look like. This would be a little sculpture garden over here. Some examples of what this would look like. As I talked about, this is another mini plaza, so we're looking at a hardscape or a concrete or pavers, and there would be benches and seating, there would be some trees, but this is a way that it would be the only manicured or the only manicured raised bed in the entire site, and it's not very big. It also would serve to a buffer between our site, the plaza, and Kuhn's parking lot, which is just to the south. You had a much better, I think Scott broke it for me. All right, then we talk about the walkways, and as I mentioned before, these diagonal connections. So these were important that we knew people were going to go through the site, and we knew people needed to travel in amongst the site to get to seating for venues or for whatever's going to happen within the plaza. But there's an interesting way to do it, and there's a way that we can include art. We can start to tell Freeport's story. These are just some examples. It could be stamped concrete. You could provide some mosaic sort of tiles that are in here. These are just ideas at the conceptual level of how we can incorporate art in a very functional sidewalk. Now, talking about the splash pad and the stage, it's tucked in here. Whoops. It's tucked in over here into the site, primarily to open up these views and to maximize seating. So as we mentioned before, the splash pad, I'm sure you've all seen one. They're basically water shooting up out of the ground. There's 1,000 different variations of these, but a very dynamic and engaging active space. And when there would be a performance going on and the stage would be utilized, you would turn off the water, the splash pad would not be used, and then that would provide accessible seating. So it has a dual function. Also, you have covered stage here, provide shade for performers, also to help project sound out. And then behind this wall, you would have a secure mechanical and storage area for the stage and for any other services you would have on the site. Okay, right here, the arts screen right here that I mentioned before. So this is really serving the main function for this is to buffer the pedestrian way that's on the plaza from the alley, from any trucks or service vehicles that are using the alley. Do you want to just do the pointer for me? Can you go back? Okay, so the art screen, what we're talking about would be basically a very large curb, a 2-foot high curb that would create that buffer and that protection. Then embedded within that curb would be metal posts. Strung between the metal post would be some sort of screen. It could be fabric, it could be metal, it could be a combination of both. This is really an opportunity to think of it as a canvas. These are screens that could be changed, that you could provide information for wayfinding, talking about Freeport's history, different art installations. The next is the green space. That's pretty self-explanatory, and we've already talked about its purpose. Go ahead. Go ahead. The mini plazas, we've also talked about these before, and these are located at each corner. So we're talking about, I mentioned that there would be seating. These are some very sculptural, interesting ways that you could provide seating within this space. I see it as you would have some standalone benches that would provide seating for maybe 1 or 2 people, and then you would probably have clusters of benches that maybe 3 or 4 people could enjoy their lunch together. So you provide the multiplicity in different functions, and you also provide some shade for those hot summer days when you have when you want to be outside, when you want to get out of your office, but you don't want to be, beat down by the sun. And then the last, or one of the last features, is the a gateway pergola. So this would be this would be an entrance onto the site on access with the municipal parking lot, and so kind of supported on one side by the art screen. And then you would have posts on the other side, and you would have basically a threshold that you're passing through again, and that's another gateway onto the site. We are depicting it here with kind of fabric streamers. This could be something that's also an artistic sort of work and could change over time. So a lot of the goal for us was to really work with the art museum and provide a space that could hold a variety of festivals and functions for them. But how can we do that while creating as many opportunities for art and arts engagement as possible? So moving on to full build out. So we looked at the budget, a cost estimate for full build out, and that number is super small on the bottom, but we're just under $1 million. And then there would be development fees, paying for design services and engineering fees. It's $123,000. Then phase one would be a pared down version of the full build out. So we're eliminating some things, or just allowing for them, planning for them in future phases, but the splash pad would be one of the things to go. Really the priority things that we think that would be to get the site running and to really function the way it should. You were talking about having your pathways, your stage, your monumental gateway. And your mini plazas would be probably a different surface, not something that's so permanent, probably just some crushed granite or decomposed limestone. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. You did a lot of great work on designing the plaza. And another important element that she provided as part of this process was the cost analysis. And so what that allowed us to do was move forward with some of the grant writing opportunities that I had available. And so I was able to submit a grant request to the NEA National Endowment for the Arts. They have a granting program called Our Town. And it allows for support for projects that include creative placemaking, like plazas, like arts plazas. And so that request was submitted. It's for a total of $140,000, and 70 of that comes directly from the Our Town program, and the other 70 is comprised of in-kind donations and some cash match from the city. And we do, looking forward, we know that what we will need to concentrate on is not only seeking out other grant opportunities, which I've already identified a handful, which are important. Namely, we have the CIRD, Citizens Institute for Rural Design, coming up again in January, and I do plan to resubmit. Based on the feedback that we received last time, I think that we're a very strong candidate to have that. And what that will do, if we are able to obtain that, is it'll bring a crew of professionals into Freeport to take a look at our plaza design and really be able to provide resources for how we can move that forward. We're talking strategic planning, we're talking funding resources and those kinds of things. So I'm pretty excited about that opportunity. And then then we also know that we'll need to begin to identify the private and other public means of financially supporting this project and moving it forward. So that's what we will spend time on now. And looking at the future, what we recommend for the next year is that I mentioned the CERD grant, so we'd very much like to seek that again. And then also during this process, we have also identified a need to not only update but redevelop a master plan for the downtown streetscape that will provide a design standard that we can use for when we look to then after we do the arts and culture corridor and the civic plaza, how can this be utilized throughout the rest of the downtown area? And so we do recommend creating a master plan for the downtown streetscape design. So thank you very much.
On your desk is a list of recommendations. Since you're only about halfway through your agenda, we won't go into those. I won't read those off. So we're gonna close this out. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, I know it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of information to process. But there's been a lot of people working on this, really frankly, for the past 100 days. And we got approval here in December of last year. I don't believe we had contracts signed until maybe April or May. And so all of the things that you've heard here really for the last hour has all been accomplished in the past 100 days or so. In this process, we've had more than 24 volunteers, consultants, local lenders, architects, engineers, urban planners, artists, city officials, not-for-profit directors, and economic development specialists. And most of all of them have been people that live right here in your community and are local, that have been participating in this movement. It really has been a truly amazing group to work with. I know I've been honored to have been given the chance to work with them. Though the challenges that you heard tonight are great, and the solutions to really get going on downtown revitalization is not going to be easy. And I know that you all are probably sitting here thinking, well, we have a lot of tough decisions probably to be making in the next 60 days or so, particularly as it relates to the downtown TIFF. I know that I am convinced more than ever that this community has the talent, it has the commitment, and has the passion to move downtown Freeport forward and to build a better Freeport. The mayor mentioned in his statement this past week that there is a new spirit afoot in Freeport, and applauded the fact that new people were getting involved in making things happen. Now, it's no secret that Mayor Gitz and I don't always see eye to eye on things, but he's spot on in this assessment. There are a lot of new things happening. You heard two here tonight, City Center Freeport and Collaborate Freeport, two community movements that have gained some traction and that are seeing new people come to the table, seeing a new generation come to the table with some different ideas about how they want their Freeport to be. This is a younger generation, they're much younger than I, and they are starting to build a Freeport that fits them and their lifestyles and their family. It is truly, I think, exciting to see, and I think there are probably a number of communities in Illinois that would love to see this momentum. In fact, I think Chuck Sweeney alluded that to his column this week in the Rockford Register-Star about there is a resurgence in Freeport and a change and turning from maybe our old industrial ways and looking at a different economy and a different way of doing things. And I think you heard two specific movements tonight that illustrate that. All I can say is let's continue to work together to make Freeport that special place that I think we all know it is, and that we all know that it can be. And I think that's what we're focusing and striving for. I have no doubt that we probably will be back here in the next month or two as we begin discussions about the downtown TIFF and what we want to do and to try to accomplish for year number 2 and beyond. I know that Kurt and I know that Sean has, they can do a demonstration of the GIS if we are interested in that. I'll leave that to Chairman Clem. I appreciate again all of the time that you have given us this evening. Again, a lot of information, but your support is appreciated and your continued support is much appreciated as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Has anybody got any quick questions for Dean at the moment? And do we want to take a few minutes and see the GIS from Kurt and Sean?
Mr. Chairman,
It's you guys' call, yes.
I think we should see it as long as they're here. I know it's been a long evening, but rather than make them come back. Is that the consensus?
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just want to explain to you and the public, I'm sure I've done it before here in the council. I don't mean to be away from my chair. I am not being rude, but I do have a condition that once in a while when it flares up makes it impossible for me to sit or stand for long periods of time. So I do apologize right now, but I will be in the background moving back and forth trying to alleviate it, but I will be paying attention and putting in my viewpoints on this.
Thank you, Alderman Keesner. Sean and Kurt, the guy that's always in the background there that does all the work and makes everything happen. We're glad to see you here tonight, Kurt. Thank you for everything that you do.
All right, we'll take it away. What I wanted to do quickly, because it dovetails into both Todd's presentation and Chris Fye's presentation, just the GIS system. I know as a relatively new council, I think the only time we've brought forth the GIS system was during when we talked about the Phase B and isolating and looking at the new pressure zones. So we brought you a few of those contour maps, a little bit of that, but I want to take the opportunity to show you the network and then show how that dovetails into what City Center did. A lot of our information, when you talk about GIS, what is it? Well, basically, you have a coordinate mapping system. It's often, people get confused, GPS, GIS. GPS would be, data coordinate mapping. This is actually a software program. So what you have outlined, Kurt's just bringing up, and I'm going to kind of talk while he brings up different things. That's the boundary of the city of Freeport. So we take that and we do different mapping techniques. So we go all the way back to the original subdivision plats. So our network is built off of stuff 120, 140 years old, all the way to stuff that we did today real time. So this is just an example of subdivision maps. We have overlaid over top of that actual pipe networks from different drawings over the years. I can probably talk faster than Kurt can bring things up because of the real time. But the point is, as we become technologically efficient with our systems, is understanding how our networks work and incorporating that into sound decision makings. If you recall the Phase B project pretty much evolved because of our better understanding of how our water and sewer or water network worked. And so we were able to utilize that to basically prevent a catastrophe before we may have had one in bringing up a system that would possibly cause harm to our aging infrastructure. So Kurt's bringing up Harlem Avenue. And so you can see everything that he's bringing up has data points, various nodes over top of an aerial photo. So we don't need the aerial photo, but obviously as you work with GIS, it's your placeholder for where you are. So what he's bringing up now is the water map. That's water and sewer utilities. Each one of those nodes, we actually shoot in real time. All of our fire hydrants, all of our valves, all of our Ts if we have them a matter of record or during construction. So any junction or node change in direction in our pipe networks, inlets, curb stops, as he zooms in, gives you an idea. We know exactly where our utility is, the size, the date it was constructed, all the way down to a T. So I think this is Douglas and Harlem Avenue. sections so you can see our water main that was just put in this year, or last fall, different shots that actually Kurt took out in the field as we built that. That way, when we're trying to gear towards is to having tablet devices, phone devices on everybody, to basically we can walk out and tell you exactly what's underground. The difficulty in our profession is most of our stuff is hidden, which is why it's difficult to gear towards financing for that. It doesn't often become the front portion of our conversations because it is buried underground. However, we utilize these utilities daily and are really the lifeblood of a municipality. So you can see the mapping that we've done. We've basically completely mapped the city's water system, the sewer system, and then the storm sewer system is a little bit backdated because a lot of that was built without real records. So some of that is, you kind of drive out there and look and see. But this has taken 6 years in culmination to produce the product that you see before us, and it's what I use every day when we're trying to pick projects. Where do we go next? And what's nice about this software package is it's basically like an Excel search engine. You can pick, and Kurt can highlight pipe of a different era. So when we talked about spun cast water main being an issue with the city of Freeport, we can find every single pipe that's spun cast and look to a plan to replace that as we move forward. So when we talked about City Center, this is the tool that you want to use because each one of those parcels is identified by a PIN number. Now we can take that PIN number, much like your fingerprint, and begin to throw data at it so we can bring up that thumbprint and start to expound on the information and do relative searches to it. So if you want to go to the downtown, Kurt, we'll kind of bring up the big map. So what you're seeing there is the storm sewer, sanitary sewer infrastructure. Kurt's bringing up the boundary of the downtown TIFF, or at least which was part of the city center plan. And so you can see why it's very difficult for the gentleman before us to produce a presentation when you're talking about such small, of such a large scale with such small, finite detail. But this allows us to zoom into any city block and look at all the infrastructure. So what the commission has done over the last 6 years is document the water, the sewer, the storm infrastructure. What Fair Graham was tasked to do was to compile the private sector's utility maps, which are very hard to come by, rather cumbersome. And that's really just an effort to make sure that when somebody picks up the phone and calls us looking for development or we're looking for new projects, we understand the amount of effort that's going to go into that project. If we can do some of that legwork on the front end, that allows for the investors, everybody else, to not waste their time on that piece. It also helps us gear people to the right sites. Where is actually it economically efficient to build something versus something that would be cost prohibitive? Try to take the risk out of that development and make sure we build in a proper location. So what Kurt has up is some I think it's just some downtown blocks with the efficiency of our utilities also included with the private utilities. And so what you're looking at there is color-coded for gas, storm sewer, water main, telephone, and all overlaid in one city block. So although that might not be very informative to a lot of people, if you're looking to buy a building, say at that corner, we can show you every utility that goes into that tied together. The other thing that was part of the city center proposal was to map out the structural deficiencies within the downtown. So if you can bring up the mapping, Kurt, of Chris Fine Associates. Their plan was to color coordinate building types of different eras and their structural deficiencies. That also gives you an idea of where to spend the next dollar. And all overlaid together with the utilities, then you're mapping the age and efficiency of those buildings. In combination, gives a developer or anybody a real strong look at where do we go next. So all of our what Curtin specifically does for water and sewer can build off of. And some of the programs that we'd like to do in the future is documenting all of our electrical utility streetlights. That's a common question we get. Trees within the public right of way. So we can utilize this system for any kind of information and also assign different things to each parcel. So that's really just what I wanted to show you because it's a really extensive network. I think, what are you running, about a terabyte now of information? So some people have said, hey, can you just send me the GIS program? Well, I don't know that Outlook's going to carry that. It might be buffering for a while. So so we could just continue to build on this information. So anytime we get something from the private sector, anytime somebody fills out an easement or, changes a parcel, we're constantly updating this along with the county to make sure that we have the most accurate data available. And I call Kurt all the time and just say, Kurt, I need to know intersection of such and such, show me the utilities, tell me what's out here so we don't, make costly decisions. So that was the nuts of our presentation. If you have any questions, let me know. I'd be happy to give you more in-depth personally if you so chose.
Kurt, jump up there beside Sean a second, would you?
Oh, sure.
I'd really like to say a few words about Kurt. Kurt's an individual that's worked for the city and is just busted as you know what to make things happen. The other day I was driving home and I looked over by this outlet in the road and here's Kirk down inside this sewer. I said, what are you doing, Kirk? I'm measuring this to make sure everything's okay and we want to enter it into the system. Now keep in mind, here's a department of 2 people. They had 2 interns last summer. They've done all the GIS stuff and have all oversaw all the new projects for the water and sewer this year and the road stuff. So a big attaboy to you guys, but thank you very much, Kurt, for all that you do. Appreciate it. Also want to take a second and and just remind everybody that all of this information that we received, I think Dean put it very well in his last statement, is it was done in a fairly short period of time because it took quite a while to get things going. But please keep in mind that all this work that the heads of companies have done, that we looked at Todd and at Chris and Chris from the bank and everything, all of the work that these guys have done has been donated for this. So keep in mind that that's a lot of stuff put together in a short period of time, and we've been provided with an awful lot of information that we can take and move forward with. Between the Collaborate Freeport and the City Center project, what we've seen tonight, yes, it's taken a period of time, but yes, it shows a great deal of work that's been done in the city of Freeport over the last 6 months. Alderman Brashaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For years, we've heard of a GIS mapping program or a software program, and I just want to thank both of you for explaining it to us in detail. Obviously, we're not all engineers here, and when Mr. Wiegans was talking about doing the utility analysis and choosing a GIS vehicle platform, it all kind of wraps itself around into our minds now where we can actually understand some of these techniques with our city sewers and our other utility services. And Sean and Kurt, I mean, you've done a great job of explaining this, and you've given us the wow factor so we understand it a lot better now. Thank you for all your time you've put into this, and I'm sure this will be very helpful as our city moves forward.
Chair?
Yes, Alderman McClanathan, you only get 2 questions because you took 4 pages of notes. No, I'm just kidding.
Compound questions?
Please go right ahead.
First of all, thank you to everyone involved, and then the presentation, those who were not here, those who were here, and all the work from all the various aspects, private, public, and working together on that. Dave and Dean, if you could come on up here to I just got a couple questions. And some of them are going to go with Sean and Kurt too. So figured we should all here at once. We've seen kind of, the building utility analysis and how it got incorporated, and the utility analysis and how it got incorporated. We heard from Chris in regards to what probably is the next step, at least in regards to some of the gap financing and using some of the money that they didn't do. And then also working with the building commission, and it sounds like Scott's already talked to them about what are some of the next steps on there. What are the next main things other than either providing financing or putting together the ability to take care of the toolbox portion of it? What else are you going to need from the council and the city moving forward on these next steps. Like I say, a couple of these steps you've already seen incorporated, and that's good to see the synergy between the city and the group.
Yeah, I think that now that we've got, data that's been uploaded to GIS, and I think the next step for us as a group is to, get together with Sean, get together with Alex as a team, and really begin to look at how do strategically we want to tackle looking at buildings that are fairly viable for economic development, redevelopment, versus maybe other areas that just may not be on that priority list right now. The mapping is going to allow us to come up with that, going to help us with the data to make some of those decisions about where do we want to go and who owns those buildings and what do we need to do to, really have those conversations and discussions with those particular buildings that are primed for redevelopment, to either move them forward or find out exactly what is their future interest in their building, what's their future interest in development. I think that's one. So we haven't figured out, as you can tell, funding and financing and everything else. It's going to require us to really strategically think about how we proceed forward, and not that we all want to get into any game of winners and losers and who gets in and who doesn't. But because you're not dealing with a lot of money and a lot of opportunity, and you only have, 12 years here to make it go, you really can't afford to make many mistakes. And so I think obviously the data that we've collected is going to help us make some strategic decisions about how do we move forward, where's the best places to start and move that. So I will speak to that. Dave has probably got a little bit better handle on, and he spoke on, I think, a little bit about the gap financing and what are some of the questions that we have, not only about the gap financing, but about the TIFF, that we may have to bring in some additional expertise to handle that. So I'll turn that to Dave. Have I got that right?
Yeah. So obviously, in terms of, there are options in addition to the TIF increment that can be used for gap financing purposes, the revolving loan fund. And so what I suggested is we use a municipal finance consultant that can look at the current financial condition of not just the TIFs, but the city, and figure out how to basically leverage those opportunities. We have submitted a proposal to the mayor on doing a limited obligation revenue bond. We have 5 banks that are at the table that want to sit down and have that conversation. We know exactly where the baseline is in terms of the TIF. It's at $193,000. We know it's declining. So the question is, you've got to draw a line in the sand in terms of what you're willing to commit to back the obligation bond, and you've got to basically move to develop that agreement. So we've given some broad parameters as to how the agreement could work.
Okay. Follow up?
Sure.
Thank you. And this, I think I can get it in 2.
I know, you're okay.
This is kind of for Sean, and talking with Jessica and Andrea. When you hear Streetscape and things of that nature, I know you're seeing the plaza, the corridor. I know there's also a kind of a component, like you say, the underground stuff. When are you doing the water mains? When are you doing street repair? Do you think that's something that the various entities can kind of incorporate so that we're not duplicating efforts or doing them at the wrong time?
That one's a tricky one. The tricky one for the utility in the downtown is it's some of the oldest utility that we own. However, we've had those discussions here at the city council level where it's not actually our worst utility. Our worst utility is that 40s to 65 spuncast main. However, you have 1880 to 1920 water main throughout your downtown. Eventually, that's going to have its own issues. Maybe not now, but how long do you want to rely on a utility of that age? So when we look at the downtown, if you looked at the core, I'd say like the 9 blocks that a lot of this references, and if you truly did a full reconstruct from door to door, all new utilities, you're in the neighborhood of maybe $30 million. If you want to get that big Chicago-style boulevard streetscape concept and everything, and all utilities incorporated. So I mean, obviously that's not realistic, but ultimately, what's nice about the GIS program and any group that wants to pursue anything developing in the downtown is we have the benchmark, we have the starting point, and we can steer that towards different different areas. I mean, first thing, we hear about a splash park is I'm thinking, what's the size of the water service? Where's the water service? Do I have to get a state permit for the water service if it comes off of Douglas? So, there's a lot of little things like that obviously we want to steer towards the most cost proficient, changes, but, anything's possible. It all just takes money.
You're okay, Mr. McLanathan?
I hit my quote.
Okay, no, you got anything else? Okay. No, I really appreciate the presentations. Alderman Keister, one thing that Scott Winters mentioned that he brought forward to the Building Commission through Alex and stuff, and there's still discussions going on, and is just how the permits can be worked out through the adaptive reuse stuff. We've gone through 2-3 shots at that, but we've also, one of the biggest things that has helped is the amount of raising the fee to the $6,000 threshold. That's helped considerably, but we still get tied up a little bit in the mechanicals and stuff, so there still is conversation to going back and forth to make it easier.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
My original intent when I asked for the Building Commission to review these is to streamline them and to make them more friendly and more accessible. And also, I have, for the past several years, been trying to get the Community Development Department to increase the ability of being able to get permits and stuff online. Of course, with the delay in filling the Community Development Department and stuff, and when Director Mills came on board, he had a lot to do. This has been delayed for a while, but I believe, if I'm not correct, Director Mills, you are working on that to make it easier to get permits and to be able to pay for them online?
Yeah, we're about ready to throw the switch. The software that we've been working on getting developed can handle rental registration, nuisances, building department. Rental registration's all set, building department stuff's almost set, and nuisance will be shortly as well.
Okay, thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Alderman Keister.
So some of these, a few of these items that they have identified are not new to us. I mean, there has been some discussion on them, and as we're hearing now, some forward progress on it, and I hope we can continue more. I think the intent eventually is some of the more common permits to be able to be submitted online and paid for with credit card online to streamline it and make it easier. And hopefully the Building Commission will continue to review the ordinances and stuff, streamline them, and make the fees and stuff more fair and more equitable than what they have been in the past.
There's a lot of progress going on that currently as we speak. So we had a meeting last Wednesday night, so
very good.
Thank you. Thank all of you for presenting. We appreciate it. And thank you for all the work that you've done over the past 6 months or better. Thank you. We've got a few items left. There's a couple ways we can handle them. I believe first thing to do, we have tax levy. We have tax levy calculations for the library. Mayor Gitz, would the tax levy going to be brought forward by you, or is it brought forward by Mr. Bernadelle?
Mr. Bernadelle has done the calculations in the tax levy. In introducing this, I want to share a couple of overall observations with the council. Number one, we have received good information on what we're required to levy at the statutory minimum for the police pension, for the firefighters' pension, for IMRF. Given the conversation we had last December, the numbers that you're going to see tonight are not based on GASB. They are based upon the statutory minimum, and they are designed to honor what this council has indicated on several occasions, a zero increase in the levy. I mean, keep in mind that the statutory minimum relates to a state law that was passed some time ago, aiming at 90% funding by, I believe, 2041, 2043. It is a long-term, steady improvement in the unfunded liability for pensions. GASB aims at the same goal, but does it faster. GASB is not a state requirement yet. Who knows? It may become in time. So the preliminary numbers that you're about to hear are numbers that you can look at and you can ask questions about. We do not have to file our levy until the end of December, the last Tuesday, I believe. So Mr. Bernadelle has been looking at those numbers for some time. One other item that you'll be receiving an email from me very shortly, which I have composed, but I wanted to go over the elements of it to make sure that I had it 100% accurate with Mr. Bernadelle, is that last year's numbers appear to have been more than the statutory minimum because of all the different people that were involved in those numbers. So you'll be receiving a recommendation from us on how we can utilize that to help ourselves on our budget situation. But tonight's proposal is geared to what the levy could look like for your consideration and approval in December. Mr. Bernadelle.
Thank you, Mayor. I sent the council a packet of the levy. The mayor instructed me to say that it is the wishes of the council to go with the 90% statutory requirement, so I ignore completely the 100%. So the first slide showing you if the levy was going to be to pay the 100% cost of the fire contribution, the pension, and MRF, he will, of course, the city keeping the levy exactly what it was last year. So we're not going to touch a levy. We're going to keep it exactly at what it was the year before and last year, $2.4 million. If we're going to fund at 100%, it will cost the city an additional $1.5 million to pay for the pension. However, we know that's not realistic. So we go to the report that's a statutory minimum contribution, which is the 90%. We keep the levy at exactly what it was last year, $2.4 million, without raising or paying to taxpayers. It will cost the city also the 20% taxes, contribution taxes from property taxes, and it said 520. However, I went back to 2010. The maximum we have received for replacement tax is $390. So that means the city has been paying the difference of the 80% of that calculation. The numbers were there, but the dollars were not there. The city has to pay for it. However, at 90%, the city will have to contribute, pay $234,000, and the levy remains at the same as it was last year, not a dime to the taxpayers. So the third report only shows that how I just removed the 20%, that kind of mistake, thinking the dollars were there, but however, the dollars will not be there. We're only going to receive $390,000. So I allocated them to the pension and the fire pensions. So the $390. So the portion part of the city, keeping the levy at what it was for the past 2 years, will only cost the city $234,000 and $37.
Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Keister.
I guess the main question needs to be asked is if we do not do a tax levy, if we go with the option of the 90%, where is the $234,237 going to come from?
I think part of the levy is $469,000 goes to the corporate. That's a part of the levy. $464,000 goes to the city. So I think that money comes from that pot of money.
Okay, thank you.
But it's worth to note that this year, the library decided to levy for IMRF funding. So these numbers are not included the portion of the library for IMRF as well.
Any additional questions? This will be brought back to us as just for our information, basically, at this point. Mr. Mayor?
Chair.
Yes, Alderman McClanathan.
Thank you. Talking about that with the library levying separately, I think it was around 57,000. I think you had said. But historically, has that been included in our formula, or what's different about that this year?
Historically, I think the 401 used to pay for the pension for IMRF, And so with changes in the budget last year, so now the library is paying for the IMRF fund in their own budget.
Follow-up.
Alderman McLaughlin?
Okay, so that, leaving the levy as it is here for us, $57,000 of what we normally, or not normally, but historically have paid from the city is now being transferred onto the library because it's the library portion of the IMRF?
Right.
Okay, and continued follow-up?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if we were to not absorb that, or if we were to not attribute it to the library for their portion, we'd be looking at another $57,000 worth of obligation on probably the corporate fund for the city to pay for pensions. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that again?
If we were to not, say, have the library cover their portion of the IMRF responsibility, then the scenario would be the city would be having to pay another $57,000 worth of pension obligations, and that would probably come out of the corporate funds if we leave the current tax levy flat.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Alderman Chesney.
Thank you. Mr. Bernadette, the decision to transfer the IMRF from the city to the library, how did that particular change happen? What initiated that change in our longstanding precedent?
Oh, well, I'm going to try to presume that's what happened. I think when the last person who was helping putting the budget together decided that it was the best to allocate the expenses to where the expenses belong. So that's when they decided to take the cost of the IMR from the city and add it to the library budget. So that it happened last year. As for the first time this year that the library has to pay out that expense is moved to the library's expense.
Follow-up, Chair?
Yes, Alderman Chesney.
The change back to the precedent last year was a little tough, but we had a lot of hands on it, but we made through it. The IMRF historically has fallen under the library's portion, correct?
No, I think the city has been paying for it to Department 63. That's where the IMRF used to be paid. All IMRF was paying at Department 63.
Okay. And maybe I'm seeing this incorrectly, but there's two buckets that we have oversight on. One would be the levy of the cities, and one would be the levy of the library. So the approval of the city's portion would largely hold the levy, maintain the precedent that we won't be raising taxes, but the approval of the library will be raising taxes and will be increasing the rate about 4 or 5% on their portion, correct?
Well, I think to be honest, I think it would be a $9 increase on the values at $100,000.
Percentage of about 5%.
Yes, percentage-wise, yes.
Question?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, the IMRF contribution that you're talking about, that is just for library personnel. We do have other city employees that are under the IMRF, and we're still responsible for making that payment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
But however, it could have been addressed by taking that out of 469 and split it out and put the 57 goes to library and the difference remains in the city. That's another way to, if we don't want to address the library as an increase, but that will reduce the city's revenues by $57,000.
Chair.
Alderman Chesney.
Thank you, sir. Well, and I appreciate the work on the city's levy. That's the larger portion, but I still, my viewpoint would be is that any oversight that we have on property taxes, while it might be easy for the council to say, well, we didn't raise property taxes, the library did. Well, in practice, we also oversee the library's budget or give the stamp of approval. So I would be interested if the members of the library or those on the financial end would perhaps weigh in on why they want to raise property tax, their portion of the levy 4% this year, and what steps they've taken to absorb that outside of just a accounting formula that probably should have been in place a long time ago.
We have representatives from the library here. I mean, they can move that forward, but if either one of you would like to speak on the library portion? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm joined tonight by Library Board Member Jim Farrar. Mr. Farrar has served on the Airport Commission, and he is a CPA. We both believe the library is a vital part of the community, that today's modern library is more than books on a shelf, that we have made significant economies in the last several years, but in fiscal 2017, the library incurred some costs previously contained in the city's corporate fund, and those were transferred to the library's general operating budget. In fiscal 2017, in order to maintain services, the library board transferred $97,000 from its reserves to cover unanticipated cost, and also solicited an individual donation of an additional $10,000 plus a matching $10,000 from the library foundation that will be brought to City Council in a supplemental budget of an additional $20,000. So those are some of the things the library's done this year to maintain hours and services. And that's why this year, because of the cost of IMRF being transferred to the library, although the board is looking at the same amount for general operating expenses and has historically had special levies for liability insurance, unemployment insurance, FICA, and Medicare. This year, the board has approved an amount of $57,000 for IMRF. Anything to add, Jim?
If you don't mind.
Surely.
Good evening. 18 months ago, you approved my appointment to the general board of the library. And at that time, I promised all of you that I would do the utmost to make the library a successful operation that would bring pride to the city of Freeport. What I've learned in that time, and Carol has already mentioned it, the library is more than books. And that was something that I learned in the last 18 months being on the board. I had some feeling for it because previously I had worked for Highland Community College as a volunteer to provide GED tutoring to students, and that tutoring was done in one of the library meeting rooms. I also spent one summer reading books to little kids who had signed up to be part of a reading program at the library. But here are some of the other things that the library is doing that is beside books. They have the One Book, One Freeport program that they have each summer. And through Carol's efforts, she got the Freeport Community Foundation to provide the funding for the books that are given to people who sign up for the program free. I don't know if any of you have participated in the Living History program.
The library has people come in who portray folks in the past. Mrs. Lincoln, the woman that was the head of the Girl Scouts. But one of the interesting presentations, and I bet many of you don't know this, that our city of Dixon, or the city of Dixon just south of us, during World War II was had a whole city run by the federal government to manufacture ammunition. And it was an incredible presentation that was put on through the library. Some of the other things they do, they deliver books to people who are homebound. They have just started undertaking computer training. And that's one of the biggest features now in the library. I mean, it's not just books. You've got computers where people come into the library to log on to the internet or to log on to different programs to learn different things. They've got basic computer classes. Now they've started intermediate level computer classes for our citizens. They have an online resume service and job resources, again, to help our community. They work with the Senior Resource Center to coordinate activities between the Senior Resource Center and the library. I mean, I could go on. There's just a, there's a ton of things they do besides just handing out books. What I'd like to propose to you is that the Freeport Public Library is the water to prime the pump for this city. I know when you compare the need for someone on the police department, someone on the fire department, that certainly takes priority over the library, and I understand that fully. But by priming the pump with our young people to keep them off the streets and in the library, to help kids learn to read at a young age so that they learn more and become better students in school as they progress, what we're doing then is developing the city for our future growth, a future community of people who are more knowledgeable and better trained to enter the workforce. And so, yes, I know it's easy to say, library, just books. We have other priorities. I understand that fully. But please keep in mind that the library does serve a vital purpose to the city. And it's part of the programs we heard earlier. You want to bring people to Freeport. You want to have activities in Freeport. Part of the programs we heard were the library's right there. It's part of it. We're all in too. So I would just like to encourage you to keep the library a priority as you do the budget. And as Carol has done a fantastic job of trying to keep things going over the past years, as each year with property taxes going, receipts going down, keeping the library operational. And so, I mean, she's got a staff of people who are just so involved and so committed, so energetic in promoting the library and having all these different programs to bring people in. It's a great service to the city. So I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Chair.
Jim and Carol, appreciate your comments. Yes, Alderman Keister.
I just want to say that I understand Alderman Chesney's desire for zero tax increase across the board. But we took, and we being the city, put a substantial additional expense on top of them. When you're talking about a budget like the library with that kind of expense, that's not going to be absorbed. The library has, like everything else in the city, been cut down in personnel, cut down in money, and cut back. I think this one time, because of the additional money that we have put upon them to be able to come up with, I think maybe a small tax increase would be in order.
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Chesney.
Thank you. Before I get going, I really do appreciate what you guys do. We all love libraries. We all love kids, and we certainly respect and appreciate our emergency services as well. It comes down to, well, what are the priorities of the city, right? It isn't that we have a distaste for any one person or one department, but there's a level of affordability. But a point of reference that I think would be helpful is, because we have this conversation every year, is, well, what have been the historic property values in the city of Freeport and how are we trending? You know, perhaps if we were like a Schaumburg or a Naperville, where we saw more demand than we had supply, then we could argue that we maybe have to balance that out. It would be a different argument. But if you take a look in 2000, the highest was 2008. The city of Freeport had $258 million in values. Today it's anticipated to be 210. Along those same times, we've raised taxes, the city of Freeport, not the portion of the library, about 10%. So the increase in property taxes has been tried. And folks, it's not working. We've tried it this way since 2004 to continue to drive property taxes up, you know, because we argue that there's the need. But it actually is having the reverse effect on the quality of life. It's not that the homes are unaffordable, it's that the taxes are unaffordable. And the taxes are some of the highest in the state and the country. And we continue to say, well, just a few bucks, it's just a little bit, it's just a little bit. At some point, there's a tipping point, and people start saying no. And I would like to know what metric anybody can point at as it relates to our housing market to justify a property tax increase. So let's put the need aside for a second and show me one metric that you can look at that any realtor, any professional, any assessor would tell you, yep, the city can withstand yet another increase. I just would like to let's debate one issue on a property tax increase.
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Keister.
I find it hard to believe that just the tax increases that we've done in the city of Freeport has destroyed the housing market at the level you're talking about. There are many, many factors that have done this. Yes, holding the line on taxes is great. I wish we could do it every year. But we hold the line, the prices of everything goes up. Sooner or later, and I think the city is very close to the tipping point, that if you don't do something like that, you're going to have to start cutting services and making it less attractive to come to the city. I don't care what services. Right now with the library, yes, it's unfortunate they have to do it, but it wasn't their fault. The city put the expense on top of them, and I don't think they have in their budget any more than we have. Well, we might be able to absorb something like that in our budget, but they can't in theirs. But to sit here and say that raising the taxes a couple percent to take care of the library is going to continue to destroy the housing market here in Freeport, I just don't buy it.
Fellow Alderman, I'm going to make both you guys a deal. We're both going to take a look at these next Monday. And I would keep in mind, if you guys don't know it, we can look at their budget all day long, but we can't change it. So keep that in mind. So let's take a look at these tax levies. When they come forward, they're going to come forward to us. There'll be plenty more time for discussion. I believe that you guys did a great job explaining where you're at. There's some other histories in the library that I can tell you that they have helped us out on. I'm not saying it's either a right or wrong deal. We just need to have more conversation on it, and I think that'd be the best thing to do. So thank you very much. Yes, Alderman
Just
McLean.
had a couple brief questions.
Sure.
If I could, for either Mr. Farrar or Director Dickerson. Where does this amount stand in proportion to your general overall budget?
Probably about 5%.
I'm sorry.
The 57,000 is what percent of the total budget? About 5%.
I guess alternatively, what
The math is here. I can't do it in my.
The overall budget is 1,043,000. So 57,000 of that, I would say about 5%.
Okay, so the 1,043,413. Your primary or sole source of income is through the levy. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. You referenced okay. You referenced library reserves. What are we talking about there?
The library has a foundation that has a balance sheet of about $400,000 in it. Okay. And this past year, we dipped into that to the tune of $97,000 to keep the library going this year. Plus, there were, as Carol alluded, there was a $10,000 matched by the foundation for another $10,000, which allowed us to pay the salaries to keep the library open on Friday evenings and Sundays. Otherwise, we would have to cut the budget significantly and reduce the hours at the library. But those two events covered those costs so that we could keep it open.
Brief follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You're pushing it. No, I'm just kidding you,
Hey,
Alderman
you
McLeod.
didn't
No.
say two at the beginning, so I
No,
got
we're
more.
fine, we're fine.
That was that 400,000, was that before or after the tapping of the reserves, about 97,000?
That's after.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Chesney?
Alderman Clem, here's why I think it's important to have the conversation. And I understand we want to move it along. We've got a long day, a lot of presentations. But I would say the feedback that I receive amongst a lot of officials and people in various different departments that we have an impact on is that we never really telegraph our hand, and we just, boom, they get this dropped on their lap, and now they're expected to react, right? So we can talk about how we've dealt with the private industry with this, how we talk with other taxing bodies or people that we have generally we impact. You know, I would agree that a 5% increase to absorb is substantial, and I would even be open to looking at having the city absorb a percentage of that. But to say that, well, we'll just have more conversation, I don't know what that means. That doesn't really tell the library or the board really what sense they get from the council. It doesn't tell Director Bernadelle kind of how he can proceed. It just kind of says, well, we'll have more conversations. So
Well,
I don't know what that means
well, I
as it
can
relates.
explain it to you.
Okay.
It's 9 o'clock at night with 3 items left on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know how far you want to push it. We're talking about an item that we have some control over, but not that much control. Okay? All we do, you'll find, I believe you'll find out, the mayor can tell me if I'm wrong, or our chief or special counsel Phillips can tell me. This basically goes through us, but we cannot change it whatsoever. Is that correct?
That is correct. We can accept it or we can reject it. And that's pursuant to a court case that I believe was in the mid-'70s involving the city of Rockford and so
So as we look at that, as the mayor said, we can reject it. We've got time. It doesn't have to be done till then. I just don't believe the time right now is the time to have a good, great debate on it. We can probably have some conversation in between. That's kind of where I'm looking for. I'm not saying it's not right to have debate or discussion on it. I believe that we should have that and we should move forward. But we're gonna see these both back on, I believe, back on Monday's thing, so we can discuss it farther, and maybe we can seek some more information if we need it at that period of time, in between.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
To both of the individuals, so if we address it next Monday and basically give the board and the library some direction, obviously, you know, acceptance, then there's nothing to be done. But if we say we want, you know, some adjustments made, and it's up, I mean, obviously, you know, you guys bring it back to us and we say yes or no, is that gonna be enough time for you guys to look over adjustments, convene the board, et cetera?
Well,
Yes.
I think so.
yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I mean, keep in mind that there are years in the past, and I'm not endorsing it as a procedure, where the levy has been handled entirely in the month of December. We're bringing the numbers early in November, in the middle of the month, so that we can have this kind of dialogue and discussion. I have conveyed some suggestions to the library privately on what I think would be acceptable. It's up to them to decide as a board what they want to do. They brought you their recommendation. There's no need for any of us to have any heartburn at this moment. We have the ability to bring an ordinance to you next Monday. We also have the ability to bring an ordinance to you, if there's not agreement, the first meeting in December, pass it the second meeting in December, and we will still have probably an extra 10 days before it has to be filed by law. So I'm not suggesting that we should in any way do this at the last minute. My only purpose in explaining that is to say that there's a lot of time here to have an extensive dialogue and to know the value of every single number in each and every one of these line items in the levies.
Thank you very much. Mr. Farrar, thank you. Yes, Alderman.
Final comment.
Sure.
Just a few things. I fully agree with you, Tom. We do not have the day-to-day oversight of their budget, but what we do control is max spending. Okay, so we have the right to say no. Okay, so that it's a little misleading to say, well, we don't control their budget. We do have the right to say, Is it $1 million? Is it 900,000? Now, we can't amend it, but we do have the right to say no to the levy. So we do have oversight as it relates to the property taxes with the city of Freeport and the library. So we do have the control. And the only reason I want to make sure that we telegraph our hand is there's nothing more frustrating than when we make decisions and people don't see it coming. And if we're serious about holding property taxes down, this is part of that serious conversation, that uncomfortable conversation that many people in this chamber campaigned on. So I just want to let everybody know that if we're serious about doing what we say we're going to do, let's tell the people that we are affecting what we're kind of thinking. That's my only point is, we only got a month and a half, one meeting next week, and then we're into the holidays. So, I hate to give these type of holiday gifts, but I also want to be fair and transparent as well. So that's my final comment.
Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
We have a few items left that I think we can move through in an overall, just to get an idea on them, move them forward, if that's okay with you guys. I know it's late, but let's chug through it. And Mayor Gitz, the next item is item 11.
The council has two items that are part of a memo, and this is taking a leaf from some best practices in two other cities, namely Galesburg and Dubuque. I think that we all understand, especially after the city center and A5 presentations, there's going to be a lot of competing requests for funding coming to the council. I think this council has done a good job of weighing department requests and making choices in the past. I don't think that we have necessarily utilized all the tools that are available to us for public input on setting priorities. So just as there was a lot of discussion with A5, they itemized all of the different ways that they sought input on the branding effort for Freeport. I think that there are some things that we can borrow from others as a part of the budget process and try and see how they work this year. So I have given you some ideas about the consolidation of public input in the budget process and also a possible timeline. I'm not suggesting that you have to approve this tonight. I am offering it as a discussion item, and if it meets with some favorable response from the council, we can incorporate it into the budget process. I have pledged to you that this year the budget will be coming much earlier, and they will have a lot of time to absorb the capital elements and make choices. I think that's important as we look at all the different requests that are being filed with you, that we sort out our priorities with great care and that we budget according to those priorities. So here is a suggestion. You can do with it as you wish.
Appreciate it. Any questions for the mayor?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Alderman Chesney.
Thank you. We had a lot of different finance people. I think we had Mr. Price, we had Bernadelle, we've had Bernie, we've had Cynthia Haggard, all within like a year period. So it's been a pretty tough for financial consistency. Mayor, I appreciate the timeline, but I can't help but to read it to see that it largely takes the city council out of the process until the end. If we look at the development of the consolidating public input, to the kickoff of this partnership, to the continued input and budget priorities, this is probably the single greatest function that the city council has, is setting the priorities for the city. And of course, we always lean on our constituents for advice and input, but it almost appears that this particular timeline is kind of punting and sending it out of the city council and into the hands of many other people, when this is kind of, our job. It's how I see this timeline.
Well, I can see how you might make that conclusion. That's certainly not what's intended here. What is intended here is that together we seek public input on the priorities in a number of different ways as we're developing the budget. And I also see the council as a part of that listening and input process, that it is not strictly speaking a staff function. The timetable is one that is subject to change and modification. I think you have to have sufficient time to really make it come alive. If the council's conclusion is we don't want to try that right now. We just don't think that it has enough, there's enough time to do it, and we would like to have started earlier. Fair enough, but I think we can still have some public hearings and do different things. The point here is that I think the public does have some strong feelings about what are the priorities of the city. I don't think that we've had a great opportunity to really tap into that input in helping us to set our course. So this is offering some ideas that are borrowed from others for that. And if you like the idea, then we can put some flesh and bones on it. If you don't like the idea, we can discard it at an early stage.
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Keister.
I guess my question, and I kind of understand how Alderman Chesney has come to that conclusion. I am presuming that along all of these steps, we will be continued to be updated and given a report on the progress and stuff, so we know where it's standing and how this is progressing.
Not only would you receive reports on it, but I think in a lot of the public events, the council would be an integral part of it.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Alderman McClanathan.
Thank you. The one thing I heard was kind of the Dubuque model. I wasn't as familiar with the Galesburg model. The one I like the intent, and I like where it's coming from, and the idea of let's get this budget system earlier, thorough, and integrated. The one thing I thought was maybe missing from it that I recalled from kind of the Dubuque model was there was kind of an initial period of time between it was council, mayor, manager, or whoever, and then taking a broad group and then with staff also taking the broad group of priorities and kind of narrowing them down, and then developing them from it. I'd like to see something like that incorporated more at the beginning, and then go from there.
I think that's a fair comment, and I like the idea of incorporating that. And I think, notwithstanding the fact that December is a pretty busy time, that would be a logical time for us, if the council could pull it off, for us to convene and do that winnowing process of our own.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Update on vacant property ordinance.
I've asked Mr. Mills to make this a brief presentation in light of the hour.
I was tired. It's been a long night.
Thank you. This is not a long presentation, only about 8 slides. So just as an overview, I didn't do it. Hey, there we go. Okay, so just as an overview to the key provisions of that vacant property ordinance we have. The building inspector sends a certified letter of determination to a given property owner. Before that happens, there's certain standards in the ordinance that have to be met to say that the building's unoccupied in the first place. Once you clear that threshold, then there are additional standards that then have to be met to say that it's vacant as well. So first it has to go through both of those. What the owner has to do, they have to register the property, filling out a form, paying a fee. They have to schedule an inspection of the property and provide a plan for the needed actions after that inspection. So self-registration is allowed and encouraged. The ordinance has mortgage lenders exempt from many of the provisions beyond just simply registering the property. So no fees, inspections, plans, or renewals of registration for mortgage lenders that acquire title. And there are specific exemptions as well in the ordinance for properties if they're being rehabilitated and they're code compliant otherwise. Being rehabilitated and there's already a plan in place for that property. If a property is for sale or rent and secure and has no violations present, or if a building happens to be subject to a public legislative process. In other words, a vote by city council as to that, or some other body for that building's future. So background, that ordinance was passed in late 2014. There were a scattered number of registrations in 2015, under 10. As you'll recall, we had a transition from one director in an interim period, and then I came aboard late in the year. We began a rollout effort this last July with a simple goal of just trying to do about 5 properties per month at the start. We redid the registration form somewhat so that it did comply with the ordinance completely, and we're doing this with the idea that we're going to review, make adjustments as we're going, so it works better and better and better over time. So that said, that was our starting idea. So what's the point? Again, we want property owners to come into compliance with our maintenance codes and standards. No broken windows, grass and weed problems recurring, no safety issues. We want buildings to be weatherproof if they're not. And we want to plan how the owner intends to get that property from being boarded and empty. And it's got to be realistic too. It has to address timing and funding when we get one of those plans. Somebody can't write on a piece of paper, I'm going to do this and that's it. It needs to be realistic. And if someone's plan is to demolish a building, if it can't be repaired or if continued maintenance isn't desired, that's a path that they can then choose to take. We've had that occur. So in practice, over a 3-month period, we've had 18 properties either self-registered or we've sent a determination letter. 8 of them were self-registered, 10 of them had determination letters sent, and the makeup of that is about 12 of them have been residential, 6 commercial. Of that 18, follow-up was required on 4 of them, basically just flat out no response from the owner that we sent the certified letter to. 1 notice has been filed that an appeal will be filed for a property. And again, there's that difficulty I spoke to, just getting a response. And in some cases, if we get a response, they just fill out the form and send it in. Well, or, if they even do pay us, we want more than that. The whole point of this is to engage those owners and get some action. So it's not, no, we just don't want the piece of paper. We want to look and we want to plan and we want to see following it. As part of this process, we've also identified some unoccupied properties that, as we look closer, they are either code compliant or they do have a rehab plan in place, so they don't need registered per the ordinance. So as we move forward here, our next steps, things that are becoming clearer to improve this, I think we could certainly increase the formal outreach and notification to mortgage lenders. They have been very responsive and willing to come into compliance. We have one bank that is very good to work with us, and I have to think there's many others as well that if they were aware of this, they would be following the rules too. We need to improve the consistency in the forms we're getting back. It's happened at least once where we've gotten a form and when we look at it thoroughly, they don't have a property manager with a Stevenson County address. That's a component of the ordinances. Somebody has to be here or nearby to take care of this property. And also, we're going to develop a form for what is your plan. Fill out these blanks because the plans have varied pretty greatly in content and format when we've gotten them. We need to shorten the time between a violation for not registering and the next step. Right now, if somebody ignores that certified letter, they get a violation. They ignore that violation, they don't come to hearings. We could keep doing that, or we could go to court. What we're doing right now is in the department, myself and the assistant are taking legal documents that we have, previous complaints or whatever. We're sort of trying to fill in the blanks, amend and adjust those to the best of our ability. We're not lawyers, so we do the best we can, and then we get it to a real lawyer, such as Mr. Phillips, because their name has to go on the bottom of it at the end of the day. We need to figure out how to get that process shorter. And then another thing we need to essentially come to a determination on is the Stevenson County Tax Trustee has title to many properties. Just looking at last year's tax sale lists, deeds list, basically, between 75 and 100, but so many of those are going to be empty parcels, empty lots otherwise, little slivers of land, things like that. But how do we want to handle those? The tax trustee is not going to fill out a registration form and do that kind of work. We need to figure out how those fit into this because they are a big piece of this vacant property puzzle. And then finally, something we're going to consider doing here toward the end of the year is a first-class mailing to all the vacant property owners of record that we're aware of, you know, with a simple message, more or less, come register now and the appropriate documents. That doesn't fulfill the ordinance requirements for a certified letter and all that. That brings in a certain percentage of people to come step up to the plate and register those properties. That may be a good cost-effective way to get some voluntary action. That, like I said, I tried to keep it brief, simple, as an update. I'll take any questions you may have.
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Keister.
Just one real quick question. Earlier on the slide, you said that they had to pay a fee and then they had to get an inspection. Now, is the inspection through our city inspector? And that is included in the fee? Are they charged for that, or do they have to pay somebody else to inspect the building?
The city building inspector would perform the inspection and then tell them what needs to be done to come into compliance. My sense is that, yes, that's part of why there's a fee attached to this, is to help the city defray some of those costs.
Thank you.
Director Mills, if you would, being the lateness of this so we don't carry it out, one thing I'd like to get is a copy of your slides if I could, and a copy of the changes to the ordinance as it exists, if I could. I know you went over it quick and stuff, but I've got some questions in it, and I'd be happy to just start it out through some email, and we can talk from there, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alderman McClanathan.
You answered some of the questions that I had from the start as we were going through, such as it was implemented in 2014. You indicated there were less than 10 in 2015. How many of those were self-registered, and how many were as a response to a determination letter sent by the city?
They all appear to have been self-registered. Several of them were, again, from mortgage lenders. Several of them were from individuals. Not being here, I think probably the suggestion was made to the individuals, you need to come register that property, you know,
Okay.
rather than the letter being sent.
Okay. So in August, it looks like you started sending out letters for probably the first time since the program's been in place.
To my knowledge, yes. I haven't found any documents where there were other certified letters sent, but it could have been done. I just haven't found any.
Sure. Follow up.
Alderman McClanathan.
Thank you, and I appreciate the idea that resources are probably a key to more uniform implementation down the road. But I also appreciate that you're trying to take some steps in the meantime. Two more questions. One, you said out of the 18, follow up was required on 4 of them. What do you mean by that?
Well, one, for example, was a property that was condemned, and that was appealed to the building commission. So when that was denied, we also handed that person a vacant property registration form and served it upon them. Well, you know, they're not doing anything with that property at all. They aren't doing anything with this at all. So it's sort of, it's going to have to, you know, be a next step type of thing to make that move. We always like to mention 618 Southwest Avenue, one of our corridor properties we continue to try to address. That one, we had some brief contact. The next day when we got a FedEx letter back from that owner, we certified, sent them vacant property registration. It's been ignored. They've been fined. We're working on a draft court complaint right now. That's a model case for how that's going to have to escalate.
So out of these 18, 4 of them have some follow-up that we need to do, is that what you're saying, or that there needs more process on it?
They're going to have to go to next steps, basically, if people continue to just ignore it, which, you know, is ultimately what has to happen. You can take this ordinance as far as it goes, but if nobody does anything, you're going to have to take it to that next level if you want action on a given property.
Okay. Final question, Chair.
Go ahead.
All right, I assume we're trying to target kind of what we think are the most critical or the worst of the worst at the beginning. Who makes the determination as to who to send out the determination letters to? You, building inspector, mayor, combination?
It's a combination of all those things. Some of these have been properties we've wanted action on for a long time, like the one I just suggested or mentioned. Some of them are properties that, frankly, the demolition that started today on Henderson Road, we didn't really realize it was in the city, didn't realize it was falling down. Using this as a tool to contact the owners, they said, "No, we'll take it down." Some of these, again, are buildings, known to us for a long time. Some of them are in the right place, looking the right direction, and saying, "Wow, we really need to get that owner started on something."
No more questions. Thank you.
You're entirely welcome. Alderman Keister, item number 14, update on fireworks date and location. Do you have anything on that?
I hope you don't mind if I talk up here, but it's just a little more comfortable
that's
for me
fine.
right now. Yeah, update on the fireworks. I talked to several of the committee members today. We will be going forward with the fireworks on July 2nd at the fairgrounds. I have contacted several fireworks vendors, and even if we can find a spot, having it on the 4th of July at this time is going to be very difficult in finding a fireworks vendor for it. I'm still looking. I haven't totally ruled it out. With the help of the fire chief, we have identified 2 other potentially viable locations for the fireworks. I don't want to divulge where they are right now, but we are still investigating them, and even if we have it on the 2nd, we're going to continue forward with investigating these other spots so that if we do have a glitch for the 4th of July, it's not going to happen again. We will be seeing some donation boxes showing up around Freeport here very soon. A class at Freeport High School just completed a bunch of them for us. So we will be getting them out to the stores very, very soon. Hopefully by next council meeting, we will have a contract for you to review and hopefully vote on with 96.7 The Eagle in Rockford to be our music sponsor for the Sky Concert. And I also hope to have possibly tentative contracts for the fireworks for you to review and vote on.
Could we FOIA those other locations? I'm just kidding you.
Also, there will be and I've talked to several of you, but there will be a meeting on the 22nd of this month, a Wednesday, at Logan's Bar and Grill, 11:30. I will be getting with Meg and posting a agenda on that, so anybody from the council or the mayor who wish to come to that can come, and we will not be in violation.
Okay, item number 13, we can either go on or skip over. It's up to you guys. I don't know what's involved. Creation of council staff committee for review of departments. Keister, Ross, and Getz.
If I may, Alderman Thrum, what I would like to do tonight is just give a brief overview of what I have in mind, give the rest of the council time to think about it, and perhaps have a resolution to discuss at the next regular council meeting to see if we want to move forward with this.
Did you just give your review, or are you going to?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Very quickly, and I've been working on this in my mind for about 3 years now, trying to get this going. Especially with the budget and stuff the way it is, I think it's very important that we start reviewing individually each and every department, right down to the bare bones, and see what we can do to streamline it. I mean, includes checking the ordinances and everything along with it. And there have been several departments, like I believe Director Dole has mentioned once or twice, that there might be some operations in his department that could be farmed out, possibly a little cheaper, freeing up his guys. And those are the things I want to look for, to see if we can streamline and stuff and make it more economical. With the budget discussions and stuff coming up, now is the time to act upon this and move forward and see if we can find anything to help us out to get better on the budget.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
We look forward to seeing that in the resolution stage. Tommy Tyke, you're up.
Mayor Gitz, I just want to tell you you do a good job speaking today as the money in the hole.
Thank you.
And Mike Phillips, you see that they building that new deck over there? That new deck at the Wolf Sadi.
Oh, I haven't seen it. No.
Yeah, I did. They got a big like this and the roof on top of there. And Alex Mills, you hear? Alex Mills. Can you talk in the microphone?
Not my turn, it's your turn.
No, I wanted to ask you something.
Go ahead.
What's the update? What's the whole up of Wolf Sadi? Anything?
Rosati's is a hold up for Rosati's.
They're taking their time. They're taking their time.
And then it's going to be open. Todd Barker wants to know it's going to be open November, middle of November.
Okay, anything else to come before the council this evening?
Thank you.
Apologize for the length of it. There's a lot of material covered, a lot of good things came before us. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second. Third.
Thank you.
Well.
Go home.
Madam Clerk?
Is there a bet on that?
Oh, I know.
Who won the bet?
I tried not to.